What are you two doing?
Come on! Are you coming?
What do you mean to do to us?
Try using your brain first.
All of the cards are in hand.
Holy shit, this is nuts.
Let me show you.
How are you feeling? I am Zero the Third, the king of this kingdom!
I'm plenty friendly. Hold on a minute. That is the truth.
Oh my, how can I forget?
How do I take it
What
off?
makes you so sure?
Hello.
Hello, my name is David Sinaira. Now with 60% less beard. What's up, everyone? We're playing some Virtue the Last Reward today. Continuing from yesterday, as we've been doing for the past 8 days or something, because it's a damn long game. And let's jump in. Tiny, how are you? Hello, hello. Thank you. How are you? How's your day? Just chilling while I work on my game. What are you playing? Or are you making a game?
さっきと同じように、アリスさんの体にスキャンをかけてみました。
We just jumped, right? So I've seen this. The question is, how can we save them both, isn't it? We're making a roguelike game. Oh no! Tell me about it. I am hard to convince on those. I am a harsh critic. I am not. Roguelikes are definitely not for everyone. No, my thing with roguelikes is I feel like there was a point in time where people started making everything a roguelike. and like, it's like the battle royale, you know? It's like you hear roguelike and you're like, what sets you apart? Right? Why, in this super crowded genre, what sets you apart? Because, I mean, I want to play 80s, I want to play, Returnal, but there's other stuff that I'm just like, I look at it and I'm immediately tired of it. I don't even start to want to try. Went to turn-based combat. Alternative RPG elements, freedom from a class system where your weapon combinations determine the skills you have at your disposal. Nothing too groundbreaking. I was actually paid to play a roguelike, randomly generated. Well, all roguelikes are randomly generated, I guess. RPG, but the actual story was randomly generated. Wilder Myth, I don't know if you heard of it. It was a paid promotion I did. I never heard of it before. I could see the formula there, which I thought. I think I've heard of it, didn't realize the story was random. Yeah, like all your characters and the story itself is random. And imagine you have an event, right? You imagine I have places in the map I can go to, right? And I pick one, and in that place, not just the place I go to is different, but the event that occurs there is going to be random, and it gives me like 3 choices, and depending on what I choose, the choice might even affect my character. Like hey, there's a sword, and I touch it, and I decide to touch it, but it might be a blessed sword. Or it might be a curse and it's attached to my arm, and now I have this constant health drain, or something like that. You see, like my own character changes, not just the story of the game, which is pretty interesting. Yes, very much. If you play D&D, it's definitely has that feeling of like there's a set map, or I guess the map changes, the shuffles around, but it's more or less, well, there's only so much biomes, right? And then this is all 2D. It's like a board. The actual map feels like a board. It did feel very grindy in how you unlocked other parts of the map, which I thought was a mistake on their part, because it made it so it wasn't very, I guess that's what you want on an RPG. It's not very pick up and play, but the thing is, if it's an RPG you want to see more than once, it would be fun to not be so grindy to unlock all the map. Because I think there's like invasions from enemies, so you always have to go back to parts of the map that you already unlocked, because they're like advancing on you. Because it's like versus a horde. So you're always going back, or you're just saying, fuck it, I just want to see this through. Fuck the villages, fuck the people. I don't care. Which is what I ended up doing at the end, because it's like I said, I was being paid to play it, and I wanted to do a full campaign on the time that I was paid to play that. So it made it feel like I was fighting the game, but not in the difficulty part. More of a, I want to see more, and you're forcing me to always go back. But it's fun. I actually ended up really enjoying, like, the characters felt my own characters, which is really cool for random characters. Smint, you're always the one that notices this shit. The other day, I was looking at my list of events, and it said, failed boosts the stream challenge, and I was like, what? There was a challenge? How are you, Smint? But yeah, check out if you have a curiosity about it, Wilder Myth. There's a Y in there somewhere. It might be the first ever. The first Y, the first I might be a Y. Absolutely. I mean, there's one, like, whatever the I always say, whatever the genre, every game is worth it. If it's well made. Even, like, some people hate battle royales. Even battle royale, it's overdone, which makes it an uphill battle, I think. But every game can triumph. And for example, a battle royale, I always said, it's like a genre that is tailor-made for a video game. It's just overdone now, and we're tired of it, I think. At least I am. But it's a cool concept. The idea of a multiplayer game that is last man standing, I feel, is pretty good. It just became such a buzzword that now you're immediately, ugh. Well, thanks, you guys. Didn't have much time to pass mine these days. Finally, I could. How's it going? It's going well, man. I saw you stream the other day, and I wasn't there. Did it go well? Man, are you making it for PC? Tiny? IG is immunoglobulin. Familiar with Battle Royale, so I hope to avoid that fate with my roguelike. At the end of the day, I'm a novice, so I'm not expecting to smash it off the start. Yeah, one thing. That is super true, is you have to... It's like a book or any other thing. If you don't make a bunch to learn, you can't make the successful one, right? It's like, I also say that as a photographer. I'm a photographer in real life. I never feel like something that went poorly was a mistake. It was a learning. It was something that I learned that I take away from it. Roguelikes usually find an audience. Yeah, I guess there's, or maybe people used to be hungry for them too, but nowadays they're spoiled for choice. What's that one that Metal is super hyped about? It's I know it's number 2, and I played the first one. What if I played lightly? Rogue Legacy, yes, exactly. The grinding lovers, people who like to stick to a single game, and people who crave RNGs is dopamine. Yeah, it was fun, but it's still, even on that game, I at some point I got tired. I got tired before I got through. I have all the answers unless it's the answer to a puzzle. Fair enough. How are you, Arrogance? Have you end-walked?
正確に言うとイミューンボディなのですが
Have you finished that?
ウイルスを駆逐する抗体のことです
End-walking so hard. Oh man. You know, I saw on Facebook today, BioWare, I think, post of, hey, celebrating 10 years of Star Wars: The Old Republic, and I was like, really? 10 years and this game did not have a console release. It's so crazy. Because Final Fantasy XIV had such a great success on console and they didn't even try, I guess. The White Mage quite literally carry a party on her back. Mark, poor trial. Okay. Still want to mess around with that when I finish and walk. Okay. I would play the story for sure, and probably ditch it. But it's crazy that that never had a console release for me. Because Final Fantasy XIV proved that it works. Did they not figure it out? Did they not even try? I wonder. Because it's a huge market that you're leaving on the table.
レプリケーターは文字通りレプリカを作る機械のことだね。
So it's like a copy machine. 14's UI is doing all the heavy lifting. Yeah, but the UI isn't the same on console and PC, right? So they have a UI designed for console. You can change it on the menu, the control scheme. So, like, they could do that for Old Republic. That, like, the game is done. Just make another control scheme and you can sell it to a bunch more people that might be craving that. Right? Because what was the last Star Wars RPG? It was Knights of the Old Republic 2, and it was an Xbox exclusive. Hey, now we're getting a Knights of the Old Republic remake. And it's exclusive on the opposite platform, which is crazy.
多分頭についてる ID ってやつだね。
Yeah, it is.
あ、なんだろう。イカのバター焼きのことかな。
Idiot guy, which is what I am. That's it. I got it. The IG replicator in the laboratory. It's an immunoglobulin replication
抗体
machine.
の複製機
It can copy immunoglobulin antibodies. Luna just said Excelavir is made from antibodies. After hearing about Sony's update policies and whatnot from the indie dev perspective, I'm not surprised more stuff hasn't come to consoles. Ah, but that's for indies. I mean, it's EA. They can pay for it. That means we can make more Excelavir.
待ってください。
So they gouge bigger companies more? Yeah, but bigger companies can afford it. It's the little guy that suffers with this, not the EA.
確かにバイオラボには IB レプリケーターなる謎の機械が設置されていました。それはあの部屋を探索した時、私と四葉さんで確認しています。
うん。でも結局何の複製機なのかわからなかったんだよね。
そうですね。けれどどうしてそのことをシグマさんがご存知なんですか？
I saw it when I was in laboratory.
いつ？
アリスを探してた時じゃねえか。
No, Theo was wrong. I hadn't gone to the laboratory when I was looking for Alice. I didn't think I'd ever been to the laboratory. So how did I know the IG replicator?
とにかくシグマさんの話が確かならアクセラビルは複製できるはずです。
It's because I'm Zero? I'm not. I'm just a crazy person.
そうすれば言うまでもなくアリスさんとクオーク君のどちらにも薬を投与することが可能になります。
では確かめに行ってみるとするか。バイオラボとやらに。
おお、そうじゃな。病気が進行する前に早く部下を。
We all nodded. Wait, we can't leave them here all alone? Luna, do you think you could stay behind and look after them?
わかりました。
Alright then, let's go. Oh no. Oh no. Number 84, what? Sneeze number 84? Definitely not. Q Walker? Oh, okay. That's not bad. I'm really surprised they didn't create new servers and let people migrate freely for like 2 weeks.
ここがバイオラボか。
Start at 2000. No, that's too much. That is not a good experience. And I'm surprised they didn't try to nip that in the bud, as one says. Trick is to not have a 9 to 5 and just log in earlier. Yeah, but imagine I wanted to stream Final Fantasy XIV and Walker. When did I have to queue to be able to start streaming, start playing when the stream started, right? That's dumb.
それで IB レプリケーターとやらはどこに？
Start up an hour early. Yeah, and then I actually, if I log in too fast though, I can't leave it idle because then they'll kick me out. Right here. See?
こいつを使えば抗ウイルス薬アクセラビルのコピーが作れるんだな。
I think so.
ねえ、だったら早く始めようよ。
Who's calling me at this hour? The fuck? I'll be right back. Damn. Well, don't care me. They blink twice if you're in trouble. No, I'm good. I just don't understand why people who know that I stream at this time, why can't they just message me? No suicide initiative, no. Calm down, alright? Don't rush me. I carefully lowered the small vial of Exelavir into the slot on the side of the machine. I hope they make more than one copy. Because, they might all be infected. They might, please be smart. An empty vial already protruded from the other side. Presumably that was where the duplicated Exelavir would go. Ready? When I push this button, it should...
前置きはいらん。いいからさっさと始めるんじゃ。
Right. And pressed. It's becoming a Power Ranger. Did it work?
見ろよ。空だった方の小瓶の中に液体が注入されてるぜ。
シグマさんがセットした方の薬はそのままですね。中身が減っているというわけでもありません。
つまり成功ってこと？
そうじゃなければ困るわい。
I'm just thinking how this machine works. When he lifts the vial, won't it spill what it has inside? Alright, let's get this thing back to the infirmary. Make more! You're all infected. I reached down and pulled both vials from the machine, intending to slip them deftly into my pockets. Ah,
どう
shit.
したんじゃ？
Sorry, my hand slipped.
薬の瓶を落としたのね。
Yeah, just one though.
なんということを！割れたらどうするんじゃ？
Come on. If it had broken, then we could have just made another copy. Before Tenmyoji could reply, Fai spoke.
これは
I was surprised to hear a voice coming from near my feet. I looked down to see her staring intently at something beneath the table. Dude, did I not look over this room?
ほら見たこ
Oh,
と
it's
か。
another bomb, isn't it?
瓶が割れてしまったんじゃな。
いや違う。この通り薬の瓶は無事だ。
She held it up in one hand but didn't move her eyes.
じゃあ一体どうしたって言うんだ？
見ればわかる。
She slid back from the table quickly and silently. The rest of us bent down to look. A bomb?
おい、マジかよ。
We still haven't found the zero bomb.
これで二つ目じゃねえか。
ケイの言った通りになってしまったな。
やっぱり爆弾は一つだけじゃなかったんだ。
そのようですね。
Oh, in this timeline I only found one.
ケイ、四つ葉、お前らがここを探索した時にこの爆弾は。
いいえ、ありませんでした。
うん、なかったね。するとこいつはアリスを探していた時に仕掛けられたことになるな。
Hey, guess who came here?
一体誰がこんなもんを。
We're all out looking for Alice. It could have been any of us.
いや、全員ではないぞ。わしはあの時医務室で待機しておった。そこで麻酔薬を打たれたクオークのことを見ておったんじゃ。
だから自分だけは容疑者から除外しろ。そういうことか。
ええ、クオークもな。
しかし天明寺さん、あなたがずっと医務室にいたという保証はないのではありませんか。
なんじゃと。
もしかしたらこっそりと抜け出してこのバイオラボを訪れたのか。
バカな。何を言っておるんじゃ。わしがクオークを一人残してこんなところにやってくるわけがなかろう。
Community was still staring furiously at Kay when Clover spoke up.
ねえ、なんだろうこれ。
I turned in time to see her grab something from under the table.
メモリーカードのようだな。
どこにあったんだ。
爆弾のすぐ下のところ、テーブルの土台と床の隙間に挟まってたんだ。
爆弾を仕掛けた犯人、その人物のものではないでしょうか。私たちがここを調べた時にそんなものはありませんでしたから。
Do you think they dropped it
意
accidentally?
図的に残したのでないとするならそうなりますね。
中にはどんなデータが。
Let's take a look. It's a Nintendo DS game. Is there any Nintendo DS game with a purple cartridge? How's it going, Cyan? Could I see it for a minute?
うん、いいけど。
I plucked the card out of her hand and looked around the room. Nothing. You never had a DS. Haven't had a DS in years, forgot what the actual thing looks like. I never had one, but I played on a friend's. Don't Switch games look like that too? Kinda, yeah. The only thing I ever played on a real Nintendo DS was Chrono Trigger. First time I ever played Chrono Trigger. Because it was the first time it released in Portugal. It was on the Nintendo DS. Played a lot of Mario Kart DS on the DS. I never played any other game. It was I went by a friend's house, he had a DS and he had Chrono Trigger, and I tried out the game. Because I was always super curious about it. So many people say it's the best RPG of all time. And when you love RPGs, probably you want to try the best one. 9% of my game time on the DS was Mario Kart. Damn. Mario Kart by yourself, always? We'll need to plug it into something that can read memory cards, but I don't see anything here.
じゃあどうするの？
Come on, if I knew I'd be doing it.
アンビデックスゲーム投票の締め切りまで残り10分です。プレイヤーは速やかに投票を済ませてください。所定の時刻までに投票を行わなかった場合、 未投票者の選択は強力に設定されます。
Kart on DS was great. The only Mario Kart I ever played was on the Switch. The only one I ever played.
おい、そろそろ上の階に戻らないとまずいんじゃねえのか。
ああ、そうじゃな。2人分の抗ウイルス薬も手に入ったことじゃし。
It's kind of crazy. Well, at one time I wanted to buy a Double Dash on the GameCube, but I never did. I only played 64 in like an hour of 8. Yeah, 8 I played a bit. It's a cool game because you can play multiplayer with just one of the Wiimotes, so you can give the other side, like you can bring a Switch and give the other side to someone else. So that's pretty cool.
しかし、この爆弾はどうするのです？
そのままにしておくしかねえだろ。アリスは触れたらやばいって言ってたしな。
Joy-Con? Isn't it Wiimote? Oh no, Wiimote is for the Wii. Never mind. That's in the name. Mario Kart DS, the only game where I tried to beat developer ghosts. Oh, damn. I only did that on my first game with developer ghosts. Which was Need for Speed or something? Need for Speed 1?
ですが。
やむをえん。爆弾をどうするのかについては、ひとまず保留としよう。それよりも今は、アリスとクオークを助ける方が先だ。
Right. So we'll go back to the infirmary, give them the Excelivir, then head to the Floor A warehouse.
了解。
Make more!
これでもう大丈夫なはずです。じきに2人は回復すると思います。
Her voice was quiet as she backed away from Alice and Quark. In her hand was the injection gun. She carefully removed the empty vial and placed it gently in the cabinet with the other one. Almost had a Guinness record on one course of Mario Kart DS. Tying the record ghost was all I could do. A Guinness record. How do you know? How would you know that? Or is that something? Is that a name for something in the game? While they were in the laboratory, Luna had moved Quark to a crude cot. Guinness book and a video game book? Huh. They both looked peaceful as they slept. The madness I'd seen on their faces before was completely gone.
本当に大丈夫なんじゃな。
はい。解析の結果、複製によって生み出された薬は間違いなくアクセラビルだと判明しました。もちろんもう一つのオリジナルの方も本物。それらを2人に投与したので、
間もなくウイルスは駆逐されると。
そのはずです。よかった。
Is it worth my R button breaking? Not really. It's only worth it if you actually do it, because otherwise it only costs you money.
本当に。
You gain nothing. Clever grinned. Agreed. I gave her a reassuring pat on the back.
アンビデックスゲーム投票の締め切りまで残り5分です。
Tying is still impressive. Yeah, but you get nothing. from it. Like if you got on the Guinness book, maybe you got something out of it, some money. I don't know. Probably not. Probably just an acknowledgement.
さあみんな、安堵の気分に浸っている場合ではなさそうだぞ。
Actually, I thought you need to pay to be on the Guinness book.
早く AB ルームに向かわなければ。
一息ついてる暇もねえっていうのかよ。
Come on, let's go. The 4A warehouse is waiting. Yeah, as far as I remember, you need to pay to authenticate your thing, so you're actually wasting or spending money to do it, not just being like invited. Huh? Where's Tenmyoji?
ああ、天明寺だったら医務室に残ってるぜ。
What?
どうして？
部屋を出る間際、天明寺が来ないことに気づいたから振り向いて聞いてみたんだ。おい、行かないのかって。そしたらあいつ、こんなことを。
抗ウイルス薬を打ったとはいえ、クオークとアリスのことが心配じゃ。わしはここに残る。
なるほど。するとそろばんであるファイさんの対戦相手はディオさん一人だけということになりますね。
One on one, huh?
大丈夫だファイ。心配するな。天明寺がいようといまいと、どっちにしろ俺は協力を選ぶつもりでいたんだ。なぜかわかるか？
私の BP が1だから。とでも言うつもりか？
その通りだ。お前が協力を選び、俺が裏切りを選んだら、お前の BP はマイナス1になって天に召されることになる。そこまでして俺はこのゲームに勝ちたいなんて思わねえ。だからお前も分かってるな。
Don't do it, Pi.
リオさんのペアである天明寺さん、その BP もファイさんと同じく一致だから、リオさんが協力を選ぶと宣言した以上、ファイさんも同じように協力を選ばざるを得ない、そういうことですね。なぜならファイさんが裏切りに投票してしまったら、天明寺さんは
The play here is Fi needs to tell him she's going to betray.
まあそういうこった。
一騎打ちって言うと、私と K も同じだね。 K のペアであるクオークはまだ眠ったままだし。
そうなりますね。
How many VP do you guys have?
私は6。
同じく私も6です。
This will be a tough one then.
協力と裏切りに分かれたら、裏切りを選んだ方が9点に。
K、こんなことを言っても信じてもらえるかどうかわからないけど。
分かっています。お互いに協力を選ぼうというのでしょう。もちろん賛成ですよ。裏切りと裏切りではプラスマイナス0点ですからね。何の実りもありません。であるならば2人で協力を選んで2点を獲得した方がはるかに賢明です。
よかった。じゃあ絶対だからね。
ええ。
At this point, I don't trust anyone to do it except Luna.
約束だよ。
約束です。
I think Luna is the only person that has never betrayed anyone.
投票の締 締め切りまで残り1分です。
おい、まずいぞ。早く部屋に入らないと。
わかりました。
Right, right.
行きましょ
You okay? Fi and Clever all took off immediately, heading into different AV rooms. No, Fi! Fi? Damn it. Counting from the left, Dio went into room 3, Kay went into room 4, and Fi and Clever went into rooms 5 and 6, respectively. I left Luna and myself. What do you think about taking the one on the far left? Fi needed to tell Dio, look, I'm picking Betray against you, so you need to pick Betray as well. Because I don't trust that you're not killing me.
Tohyoの締め切りまで残り30秒です。
Oh. Ally ends faster. Then let's go with Ally, I guess. Who am I lying against? Who am I playing against? I don't even remember.
シグマさん、今更こんなことを言うのもなんですが、対戦相手のアリスさんは今医務室にいます。ですから。
You're saying we should pick Ally, right? Since Alex is going to default to that anyway. I know. It's not really fair to betray somebody who isn't voting. His face broke into a warm, happy smile. Not to be sappy, but it was like a ray of sunshine on a cloudy day. I grinned back at her before I knew what I was doing. For a minute, the non-enemy game didn't seem so scary.
投票の締め切りまで9、8、7、6、5、4、3、2、1。アンビデックスゲーム第2ラウンド終了。
The more paths I close, the better, I think, for me.
結果は倉庫内のディスプレイに表示されます。お疲れ様でした。アンビデックスゲートを開放します。
Luna and I step out of the AB room. Alright, let's go have a look at the results.
アンビデックスゲーム第2一同画面
Oh no. They all fucked up on this round, for sure. Oh shit. Oh shit! What? What? Alice voted? No one fucked up, only I did. Holy shit!
結果は以上のように確定しました。
Hello, Tigers, how are you?
各自バングルの数字をご確認ください。
Damn, I was wondering who out of these pairs is going to fuck up? And only I did. They all promised to, all of them promised to ally. Congrats, Sigma, you are a decent person, so here, have some death. Exactly. What? It wasn't possible. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and looked again. No, that's not possible. How can Alice's vote be betrayed? It was a question I would never know the answer to. It was a sharp, quick pain in my wrist, barely even noticeable. I couldn't feel anything flowing into my veins, but I knew it was there. First would be the anesthetic Soparel. I blinked and my vision started to blur. When I tried to think, it felt like my mind had been stuffed with cotton. My legs began to wobble, then gave out entirely as I crumpled to the floor.
シグマ、シグマ、しっかりしろ。
ねえ、シグマ、起きて。
シグマさん、シグマ。
そんな、どうして。
My eyelids felt like they were made of lead, but I forced them open. Everything was growing blurry, but I noticed that the door of the second AV room was open. No one had gone into that room. I'd watched them all. And yet there she stood, an apparition that couldn't possibly be real. Oh, lice. The world was gradually going black, and my mouth refused to form words. But my head echoed with questions. How? Why? What was she doing there? Not only was I a decent person in choosing Ally, she's alive because I figured out how to save her. Because no one would save her. They would all pick the kid. Had she run in at the last moment after Luna and I entered our room? But even if she had, why choose betray? And the darkness closed over my mind as well, and my questions were gone forever. Alice, you piece of shit. I take it back. Someone said yesterday that her personality sucks or something, and I was like, oh no. I take it back. I think that was me. Well, I take it back. You are right. I apologize for ever doubting what you said. Oh boy. Sorry, Luna. I need to be a piece of shit to stay alive. Call a pretty terrible person or some such? Yeah, I think so. Guess what? She is! Luna and I stepped out of the AV room.
シグマさん、どうしてですか？裏切りを選ぶなんてフェアじゃない。そう言ってたのに、なんで？
I've heard other streamers call her Queen Karen. Karen, why? I don't think she's a Karen, though. She's not the I'd like to speak to your manager type, is she? There's nothing I could think of to say. Even I didn't really understand why I picked Betray instead. Oh no, I understand completely. It had almost felt unconscious, like some other part of my mind was making the decision. Perhaps I'd been possessed by some sort of evil spirit that had moved my finger to the betray button against my will. Right, well, we should go see the results. The look in her eyes was more painful than any punch I'd ever taken. I turned away and almost ran toward the projector. Anything to get away from those eyes.
アンビデックスゲーム第2ラ一同
And now I'm a bad person. She thinks I'm a bad person. Every single one. Well. And I think Dio is the most stupid here. Because he wasn't getting 9. And he could be keeping the appearances of being a nice guy.
結果は以上のように確定しました。
Actually, that's the thing that I felt was most surprising in this game. Because Dio's a jackass the entire time. You don't expect the guy that is a jackass to be like a terrorist working against the game. Because that's like, are you not trying to pretend that you're a nice guy? You're just going all in on being a jackass? Couldn't you try to be undercover or something? He played this one smart. He did? I think if he actually was, like, this Tenmyoji is an excuse to vote betray, I guess. Thing is, he wasn't getting 9, so if he did ally, it was all going to be Fi did bad, and he would keep the appearances of, oh no, I trusted her.
各自バングルの数字をご確認ください。
I guess he would still lose points, and he doesn't want that. What? It was impossible. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and looked again. No, how can Alice's vote be betray? That's not possible. Alice! She was standing inside the second room from the left. The room that should have been empty. Also, is the hatch open? It was not, no. Why? My mind was still reeling. Where did she come from? As I was trying to form a sentence, she began to move toward us. From around me, I heard a chorus of muted gasps. It seemed we were united in our surprise and confusion. Alice drew to a stop in front of me and glanced up at the display.
やってくれるわね。
No, you don't get to say that.
私が医務室にいたままだったらどうするつもりだったの？この卑怯者。
Fuck this. I hate this. I wish he did the remembering thing. Me, a coward? You've got some balls saying that to me after you picked betray. Why are you even here?
抗ウイルス薬打ってくれたんでしょ？
Karen. I guess.
天明寺さんから聞いたわ。ありがとう。その件についてだけは素直にお礼を言っとくわ。
Right.
でも麻酔薬の効果はまだ。
ええ、切れてないみたいね。おかげで頭はガンガンするし、クラクラとめまいもするし、最悪よ。
So instead of risking losing 2, you risk killing me. Who saved your life?
私、麻酔薬に対する耐性が人一倍強いの。
そういう風に鍛えられてるから。多分ゼロボスはそのこと知ってたのね。ここに拉致されてきた時には普通の人の何倍もの薬が投与されたんだと思うわ。とにかくそんなわけで私は医務室で目覚めたので、天明寺さんから事情を聞いて慌ててここに駆けつけたってわけ。
Right. So you showed up right after we'd gone into the AB room?
そう、ギリギリのタイミングで滑り込んだのよ、あの部屋に。確か締め切り時刻の10秒前のことだったわ。
わざわざ裏切りを選ぶためにここへ？
そうよ。いけない？実際に来て正解だったじゃない。
It can. I did not know that. See? I hate this. Bad game. Bad. Bad. It turned out to be the right thing to do. Yes! Yes, because I was forced to do the thing, because the other choice was shit.
あなたたちの投票先は裏切り。
I wish I could call her out on what didn't happen on this timeline.
もしも私が医務室にとどまったままだったら2点を失ってたことになるんだから。
つまり知恵のためだったと。
ええ。
You're full of shit. Self-defense my ass. You chose betray because you wanted out. You had 6 BP. If I picked ally, you would have had 9. That's what you were trying to do, right?
だとしたら何だっていうの？
Are you serious? You would have killed me. Look, I only have 1 BP. You were this close to murdering me. Just admit it. You were planning to kill me so you could escape.
バカなこと言わないでよ。あなたたちが裏切りを選ぶのは分かってたわ。
Right.
だから
Tell the truth.
嘘じゃないわよ。大体なんで私ばっかりが責められなきゃいけないわけ？あの結果をよく見なさいよ。殺人未遂を犯した人間なら他に2人もいるじゃない。
ファインディオ。
そうよ。ディオが協力を選んでいたらファイは天明寺さんを、ファイが協力を選んでいたらディオはファイを殺すことになってたはず。
こんな言い方をするのもなんですが、相手を出し抜いて脱出しようとした人も2人いますね。四つ葉さんと K さんです。どちらか一方が協力を選んでいたら、もう一方の BP は必ず9になっていたはずで。
They're all snakes, all of them. Luna is the only nice person here. Luna best waifu. I turn to look at the results again. Which would technically mean she's like 0, but I have already seen 0, and it didn't look like her. Turn to look at the results again. Before I'd only been looking at my own. I hadn't realized that there was only one word all across the roster, betray. Whatever trust we'd managed to build had fallen apart. Everyone was suspicious of everyone else. Had it been the bombs? Or had it been something else? Whatever the reason, if it kept up, we'd never manage to escape. We'd be trapped in a cycle of 0-point rounds for the rest of our lives. Something had to be done. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Alright guys, pay attention. You've probably already all figured this out, but we can't keep going like this. If we don't start being a little more trusting, we're never gonna get out of here. We need to work together. I might as well have been talking to a wall.
すみません、シグマさん。少し考えたいことがあります。一人にさせてください。
Hey.
俺も行かせてもらうぜ。こういう殺伐とした感じ苦手なんだよ。悪いな。
Dio.
それでは私も。
Etufai.
すまんな。
Without another word, she turned and left the warehouse. Dio and Kay quickly followed suit.
ほらね、これが答えよ。結局みんな自分のことだけしか考えてないの。だから私だけを悪者みたいに言わないでくれる？
But you're the worst one.
さあ、行くわよやつが。
ちょっと待ってよ、アリス。体の方は大丈夫なの？本当に心配したんだからね。
I watched them walk away, Clover practically jumping with the light to have Alice back. Before long, they reached the yellow door and disappeared beyond it. They don't even look at the pairings.
みんな行ってしまいましたね。
You aren't going to leave too?
ええ、
Are you sure? I chose
知っ
betray.
ています。でも私はシグマさんのことを信じてますから。きっと手が滑っただけだったんだと思います。そうでしょ？
My chest hurt, and when I blinked, I felt something hot and wet prick the corners of my eyes. Luna, I bit my lip. Before I could think of anything to say, the metallic rumble of the doors closing echoed through the warehouse.
アンビデックスゲートが閉鎖されました。
What is Luna's deal? She's too nice. She can't be too nice.
アンビデックスゲーム第3ラウンドは星の回です。ゲートは星のマークが記されたカードキーにより解錠されます。なお、このカードキーの使用回数に制限はありません。
When someone is too nice in a game like this, they always die, and she's been more or less good at staying alive.
これを用いることにより、アンビデックスゲートは無限に解放することができます。
As many times as we want,
星
huh?
のカードキーを使えば何度でも AB ゲームができる。どうやらそういうことみたいですね。ところでシグマさん、バングルを見せてもらえないですか？
Why?
ゼロウサギが言ってたじゃないですか。
Yes, they shuffle. Yeah, I remember. Let's see here. I'm a cyan pair. What about you?
私は紫色のペアです。
I wonder what the others are.
さあ、確かめてみないとわからないですね。
Huh. We got about 80 minutes until the next set of chromatic doors open. So what should we do now?
みんなバラバラになってしまいましたね。
Well, we can fill 80 minutes. Yeah, physically and emotionally. I really don't like how this is going. It won't matter how many times we repeat the AB game if nobody trusts anybody else. We'll never be able to get out of here.
何か共通の目的があるといいんですが、そうすれば心を一つにできるような気がします。
Yeah, but we already got something like that. We all want to get out of here. That seems like a pretty clear goal to me, but everybody chose betray. Including me.
じゃあ、敵を見つけるというのはどうでしょう？ 爆弾を仕掛けた犯人とか。
After coming back from the lab, I told her about the bomb while she gave Alice and Quark the Excelivir. Huh, yeah, that might work. We can figure out which one of us planted those bombs, then everyone else would work together against them. It was Luna!
ええ、
She just wanted to unite us. How do we figure out who it is?
何か手がかりはないんですか？
Clues, huh? That's right. The memory card. I pulled it out of my pocket and held it out toward her.
何ですかこれ？
I told you, a memory card. Wasn't it the bomb we found in the lab? I think whoever set the bomb dropped it.
犯人の？
Yeah. I don't know what's on it though. We couldn't find any kind of memory card reader.
そうですか。それじゃあ手がかりには。待ってください。そういえばこれどこかで見たことが。
Huh?
あ、わかりました。医務室です。リオさんとクオーク君と一緒に医務室を探索した時、あの時にこれとそっくり同じ形をしたメモリーカードが。
Then
はい、中身を確認することができると思います。あそこにあったモニターにこのメモリーカードを差し込めば。
Luna and I exploded into the infirmary, nearly running into Alice, Clover, and Tenyoji. Quark was there as well, of course, but he was just as we'd left him, asleep on the bed.
何しに来たの？
I opened my mouth to retort, then thought better of it. If I really wanted people to start trusting each other, well, real change starts at home. As quickly as I could, I explained the second bomb and the memory card and how we'd come to the infirmary in hopes that we could discover the contents of the ladder.
わかったわ。
それじゃあ早速調べてみようよ。
シグマ、よろしく頼む。
Right. Just as Luna had said, there was a small slot under the screen, exactly the right size to fit a memory card. Within moments, the screen was filled with what appeared to be random letters. What is this?
22文字のアルファベットが6行か。
1行目、3行目、5行目と2行目、4行目、6行目は全く同じ文字でできてるみたいだけど。
つまり1行目と2行目の繰り返しになっているということですね。
うん。
Is this some kind of code or something?
でたらめな文字列とは思えん。おそらくそうじゃろう。
他にデータは？
ないみたいです。
So all we get is this gibberish. Hey Alice, you haven't said anything for a while. What's up?
四つ葉、これを見て何か気づいたことはない？
気づいたこと？
研修の時に見たでしょ？これに似たものを。
Raining.
そっか。これって。
やっと分かったみたいね。
おい、2人だけで納得しとらんで、わしらにも教えんか。
Alice sighed and stretched her neck from side to side.
これは多分とあるテロ組織の暗号表だと思うわ。
テロ組織？
クレイドールズっていう名前の組織。
Myrmidons. For some reason, I felt like I'd heard that name before.
何なんですかそのクレイドールズって。
世界を破滅に導こうとしている不穏な集団よ。
そいつらが使っているのがこの暗号表というわけか。
もちろんパターンはいくつもあるけど、これはそのうちの一つだと思うの。
じゃあ爆弾を仕掛けたのは
そのクレイドールズのメンバーってことになりますね。
ええ、断言はできないけど、おそらく。
Well, then I know who said it. Ah, damn. I have got a ton of questions for you. Let me start with this one. What the heck does that thing say?
そんなのわからないわよ。
What?
わかるわけないでしょ。解読するためのキーがないんだから。完全にお手上げよ。
四つ葉もか。
Hundreds of years. I doubt it.
アリスがわからないのに私がわかるわけないじゃん。
そうか。
How much we could do that? We can come back to that code stuff later. I've got another question. Alice Clover, who the hell are you? Why do you know about this code?
それは
You told me your job was to eliminate enemies of the state or something like that? So what the hell kind of a job is that? I think it's time you told us what you do.
「悪いけど、それは言えないわ。
Why not?
あなたが爆弾を仕掛けた犯人、クレイドールズのメンバーかもしれないからよ。
That's idiotic. Of course I'm not.
そうじゃないっていう保証なんてどこにもないでしょ。敵に情報を与えるわけにはいかないのよ。
I thought it was innocent until proven guilty, not the other way around. I'm not your enemy. I'm your ally. I'm your friend. Just want all of us to get out of here. Just please tell us. Please, we need to find out who did this so we can all escape. We have too little information. We need your help. Fine. If you won't tell us about yourself, then just tell us about the Myrmidons. What else do you know about them?
ごめんなさい。
Oh, fuck you, Alice. Before I could blink, she leapt up and ran out of the room. She's the worst. Wow. Hey, wait, Alice. I took off after her. I guess she's been dying too fast for me to
いつまで
realize
ついてくるつもり？
how awful she is. Until you tell me what
だ
you
ったら
know.
四つ葉に聞けばよかったじゃない。
What?
あの子が私の仲間だってもう気づいてるんでしょ。
Oh
だ
yeah.
ったら
I wanted to hear it from you.
なんでよ。
That's a good question. Remember the crew quarters or this garden? We got paired up for 2 separate rounds. It means I've spent more time with you than anybody else here. Maybe that's it. I guess I'm just curious about you.
何よそれ。
She spun around to hide it, but I caught a blush of red on her cheeks. We walked down the path to where it ended, next to the pond. I stayed silent. Alice sat down on the bench. We gazed at the smooth surface of the pond for several long minutes before she began to speak.
憎んでないの？
Yes, I do. What? Why?
私はあなたを殺そうとしたのよ。
You mean in the AB game?
怖かったのよ、とても。突然こんなところに閉じ込められて、わけのわからないゲームをさせられて。爆弾のことだってそう。あれを見つけた時、冷静に話してたように聞こえたかもしれないけど、本当は怖くて仕方がなかったの。それに輪をかけるようにあのことが重なって。
What do you mean?
クオークが倒れたって聞いて、みんなで医務室に駆けつけた時のことよ。あの時私、みんなが何を言ってるのかまるでわからなかったの。周りの全ての光景がなんていうか早送りの映像のように見えて、そのうち自分が誰なのかもわからなくなって、まるで自分が自分じゃないような、そんな感覚にとらわれて。
That's probably the Radical Six.
多分そうだと思う。その後のことはよく覚えてないけど、とにかく医務室で目覚めた途端、たちまちあの時の恐怖が蘇ってきたの。だから私は一刻も早く脱出したいって、そう思って。あなたが死ぬかもしれないなんて考えもしなかったわ。あなたが死ぬかどうかなんてどうでもよかったのよ。
I don't think I would have cared. Well, now I believe you.
ほらね、憎いでしょ。殺したくなった？
Yes.
私のこと。
What? Do what?
殺しなさいよ。さあ。
What the hell, Alice? I'm not going to kill you. I don't even hate you.
嘘よ。一歩間違えば死ぬところだったのよ。
Come on, calm down. No one's killing anyone. A single tear rolled down Alice's cheek, then another and another, leaving shining lines across her face. When I reached out, I saw her tense just slightly. Slowly, I brushed my thumb across her cheek and off, taking her tears with it. Are we having a romantic moment with Alice?
どうしてそんな風に優しくしてくれるの？なんだか亡くなった父のことを思い出すわ。
Ah, well, I guess that's done. That's who you were after, right? The people who killed your dad?
ええ。
Did they have anything to do with the Myrmidons?
私が泣いたこと、四つ葉に黙っててくれる？
Come
もし
on.
も黙っててくれるなら、口止め料として教えてあげるわ。クレイドールズのことも、それから私自身のことも。
Sure. My lips are sealed.
本当に？
With crying, I don't remember any crying.
それじゃあ聞かせてあげるわ。
Alice took a deep breath and began. Oh yeah, the other day, like yesterday, after finishing the stream, I thought to myself, could I have noticed that Kay was another Sigma? Like, could I have noticed that it was the same voice, but disguised as more of a robotic voice? And then I thought to myself, I'm so stupid. Sigma's voice is me. He doesn't have a voice in the game. And that was my brain fart moment of yesterday. Oh, man. My father is Egyptian, but my mother is French. They met while my mother was in Egypt on vacation and married shortly thereafter. When I was 3, we all moved to the US. So she really isn't all ice? My father was a scientist, and his field was cloning. He was recruited by an American lab, which was why we moved. Both of my parents had used English around me from the time I was born, so I didn't have any problems adapting to life in the United States. By my 9th birthday, we've been there for 6 years. That was when it happened. In the middle of the day, my mother showed up at school. Her eyes were red and puffy, but she didn't say anything to me on the drive home. When we arrived, there were several policemen there to meet us. My father had always been a very punctual man, and when dinner time came and went with no sign of him, even I began to realize something terrible had happened. It wasn't until several years later that I finally learned the truth. My father's lab had been attacked by terrorists, and he had been kidnapped. For the rest of my childhood, my mother raised me by herself. I didn't realize it then, but it must have been incredibly difficult for her, as a single mother alone in a country where any relatives were a transatlantic flight away. She did her best not to let me see it, but every so often, when she thought she was alone, the mask would fall away, and in every line of her face I could see exhaustion and loneliness. As much as I missed my father, it was those moments that made me wish more than anything that he'd never been taken. Fortunately, I was an excellent student and did especially well in math. I earned a full-ride scholarship straight out of high school and spent the next several years studying. After graduation, I took a job with the Department of Defense, hoping that they might have the resources to help me look for my father. I was immediately assigned to the Special Office of Internal Security. Their purpose is to investigate and sometimes deal with terrorists or terrorist organizations and other serious threats to the state. So, her pitch for her job was, I want to use state resources for my own personal vendetta. Hired! I could tell my mother wasn't happy about my decision, but she chose to remain silent about it. Eventually I learned that the terrorist organization that had taken my father was none other than the Myrmidons, although at the time that name didn't mean anything to me. They were suspected of human cloning. Specifically, it was thought that they had been using cloning techniques to copy their most useful members and expand their ranks. Of course they hired her instantly, of course! She wore a shirt at the time. Myrmidons apparently believed that they could use cloning to create a new race of humans. Now, at last, I knew the reason for my father's abduction. The commander of the Myrmidons is a man named Left. We know his name and his gender, but not his appearance or his age. I still think this looks like the Facebook logo, but... What? The Myrmidons are closely associated with a cult known as Free the Soul. We believe that Free the Soul provides their funding. But trying to pin any kind of misdeeds on the cult's leader, a man named Brother, is like trying to nail Jello to a wall. Brother is supposed to be fairly advanced in years, and rumors say he's so old he can't even get out of bed. Unfortunately, his mind seems to be as sharp as ever. At that point, I hit a wall. I knew the Myrmidons had been behind my father's kidnapping, but that was all I could learn about them. And one day I got a tip that some of them were hiding in a building in the Nevada desert. I headed out immediately. On the way there, my car had some engine trouble and stalled out. I was trying to decide what to do when an SUV appeared out of nowhere. I'll give you one guess who was behind the steering wheel. Clever. That was the first time we met. There were 4 other people in the car with her, and when I asked them what they were doing, I got what was just about the last answer I'd expected. They told me they'd been locked up inside of the very building I'd been on my way to investigate, and that they were currently in pursuit of the people who had kidnapped them in the first place. My priorities shifted very quickly. After a short discussion, I convinced them to allow me to come along. My hope was to find the people they were chasing, who I was certain were the Myrmidons. In the end, however, we were unable to track them down. In fact, I still don't know where they might have gone. Eventually, I took Clover and her companions to Soy's headquarters. We decided that involving the police would only complicate things. After some questioning, it was determined that the people who had instigated this particular event were not connected to the Myrmidons. We did, however, discover that the mysterious disappearance and subsequent reappearance of several children 9 years prior was connected to Free the Soul. There was also a sixth person in the SUV, although they weren't riding in it per se. A middle-aged man, who I'll just call H for now, had been bound and placed in the trunk. According to the other four, he had been behind the disappearance of the children 9 years earlier. We also learned that his pharmaceutical company, a major player in the world stage, was effectively controlled by Free the Soul. More specifically, I suppose, H was a member of Free the Soul and very committed to their cause. So why had he kidnapped all those children? Apparently it had been part of an experiment designed to test the ability of certain people to access what's called the morphogenetic field. I don't imagine you've ever heard of it before, so I'll try and give you a quick rundown. Actually, simply put, these people can access a sort of field that allows their consciousness to resonate with the consciousness of certain other people. To be honest, it might be simpler to just call it telepathy. The Soys had heard of this particular ability before and had actually used it in a number of investigations, so I wasn't surprised to learn of its existence. I was shocked, however, to learn that these experiments had been carried out by a member of Free the Soul. If that was the case, then Brother must have known about it. The thought of him discovering a way to control and harness that power was terrifying. It wasn't too long after the incident in Nevada that another tip about the Myrmidons crossed my desk. This time it claimed that the Myrmidons intended to launch a large-scale biological terrorist attack. My bosses decided that we needed more agents to deal with a threat of that magnitude, and Clover was recruited. Because she'd been a test subject in H's experiment, we knew she had the ability to access the morphogenetic field, and we wanted to put that ability to use. After several months of training, she was sent on her first mission. She would be tasked with the infiltration and investigation of a Myrmidon cloning lab. I was assigned to be her commanding officer. I hoped that our investigation might also give me a lead on my father's whereabouts. At last, I had a chance to find out what had happened to him. I wouldn't let that chance pass me by. Perhaps that was what kept me from noticing the truth. The whole operation was a trap. The lab was fake and Clover was captured almost immediately. I got there as fast as I could, but when I arrived, the building was only an empty shell. All of the conspirators who had pretended to be researchers and the like had already fled. I searched frantically for Clover until at last in a basement room I found her. She had been tied to a chair, but on the floor next to her was another body. He was my father. He looked as if he'd just been dumped there, and when I got to him, his body was already cold. He was covered in dark, ugly bruises. It wasn't until later that I learned he had died from ruptured organs and internal bleeding. They had beaten him to death. As soon as Clover had been captured, a Myrmidon in a mask had come to visit her. He said that unless she wanted to end up like my father, she would leave them alone and tell her masters at the Soys to do likewise. In retrospect, they must have known who I was and who my father was. That was why they killed him. Perhaps they thought they were sending a message to me, or that once he was gone, I'd lose my reason for chasing them. They were very, very wrong. I took Clover with me and left. I tried to console myself with the fact that I had at least been able to save her. Sometime later I received a call from the coroner. He told me there was something I needed to see. There in the morgue was my father, cold and pale on a steel table. I could barely stand to look at him, but the coroner insisted. On his arm were 2 rows of numbers comprised of 8s and 9s. Took me a moment to recognize my father's handwriting. He had carved them into his own skin. What? When you carve your own skin, your handwriting is recognizable? On his chest was another message, but they were letters this time, not numbers. Not many, just enough to make a short sentence. I love you, Alice. I broke down crying right there in the morgue. They were the first tears I shed since the operation had started, and there was no stopping them. There would be no forgiveness. Not for the monsters who'd put my father through this. They destroyed my family. I would make them pay, even if I had to die to do it. Isn't this when your superior is like, you need to leave, to take a leave of absence for a few months? That night I made a promise to myself. I would avenge my father. Didn't take long to figure out that the numbers he had written were latitude and longitude. He pointed to a chemical factory that had been disguised as an abandoned building. I thought it was only 8s and 9s. Further investigation revealed that it was the mother lode we'd been looking for, the headquarters of the Myrmidons. I think my father must have known how things would turn out. Knowing he was going to die, he'd written the directions to our enemy's fortress on his own body. He'd sacrificed too much for me to waste his opportunity with recklessness. This time, our operation would succeed. This time, I wouldn't let my excitement put Clover or any of my other agents in danger. So we took our time, we gathered information, we did our research, and we planned. Finally, we were ready. December 25th, 2028 was going to be the day we finally set foot inside the Myrmidon stronghold. But then on the 22nd, only 3 days before the operation was scheduled to begin, a man in a gas mask appeared. So you inhaled that gas, passed out, and woke up here in the AB room?
ええ。これがクレイドールズと私に関することのすべてよ。もちろん細かい部分については端折ってるけど、大体の概要は分かったでしょ？
Yeah, thanks. She gave me a sad sort of smile and stood up.
さあ、戻りましょう。
Not yet. Your story explained a lot, but there's still one big question.
答え？
Who here is a Myrmidon? One of us planted the bombs. And based off the code we found, it's pretty clear that person is a Myrmidon, right?
ええ、そうね。
And I agree that we need to figure out who they are.
突き止めるって言っても、どうやって？
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you about. Do you have any clues?
思い当たること？思い当たることね。あの暗号表を解読できれば、もしかしたら何かわかるかもしれないけど。
How can we do that?
だから言ったでしょ？そのためにはキーが必要なのよ。それがわからないことにはどうにも。
What's a
キ
key?
ーはキーよ。解読するための鍵のこと。
Well, we don't need to unlock the code if we know who has the key. Then we know automatically who it is.
クレイドールズはその鍵として長い桁数の数字を使っていて。
Wait, a long string of numbers? Could that be... Oh shit.
なんなのよ、その数字は。
Nice. I was almost surprised that she was. The numbers had just kind of appeared in my mind, and I was saying them before I knew what I was doing. Alice looked at me incredulously, and I stared back.
待って、今の数字もう一回言ってもらえる？
Huh?
それって198449351を3乗した数じゃない。
What?
だから今シグマが言った25桁の数、それを素因数分解すると198449351の3乗になるのよ。
You're talking about reducing an integer to a series of prime numbers that you multiply together to get it, right? Like if you have 30, then you'd get 2 times 3 times 5, right?
そうよ。中学校で習ったでしょ。
So you're saying that 198449351 is a prime? If you multiply it by itself 3 times, you get oh, well, I'm not reading that.
ええ。
Don't tell me you just did all of that in your head.
いいえ、暗算よ。頭の中で計算したの。
What? No, no way. That's
言
impossible.
ったでしょ。数学は人よりも得意だって。
It's not better at math.
そういうあなただってたった今膨大な桁数の数字をスラスラと暗唱したじゃない。私に言わせればそっちの記憶力の方が驚異的だわ。ところで今の25桁の数字どこで知ったの？
I didn't know what to say. What would I tell her? That it just came to me?
そう言えないのね。分かったわ。でもとにかく今の数字が例の暗号表を解読するためのキーになっていることは間違いないと思う。クレイドールズが素数をかけたものをキーとして使ってるってことは分かってるから。デタラメな25桁の数字、その3乗項が偶然素数になる確率なんて限りなくゼロに近いし、ってことは25桁の数字は何者かの手によって作為的に生成された可能性が高いってことになるわ。
Can you explain that with small
だ
words?
から要するに25桁の数字を素因数分解したもの、198449351の3乗が暗号を解くためのヒントになってるってこと。まだわからない？さっき医務室で見た暗号表思い出してみて。モニターには何て出力されてた？
I think the first row was sure.
2行目は？
Does he remember this? I think. Then you just repeat.
それにしてもやっぱりすごい記憶力ね、あなた。
He does.
私たちの組織に欲しいぐらいだな。
Well, keep going. How do we code that?
今の文字列にさっきの素数198449351を当てはめてみるのよ。
How do we do that?
左上から順番に1文字目のアルファベット、9文字目のアルファベット、8文字目のアルファベットといった感じで文字を拾い読みしていけばいい。そうすれば多分解けると思うわ。
I ran over what she'd said in my head. The prime number Alice had given me was something. So what would we get if we picked out letters like she'd explained? First letter would be C from the top left. And you'd move 9 to the right, which would give you O. Then 8 more to the right. Eventually you would get a word. And that word was... Oh. The code sheet won't be displayed when you input your answer, so it would be wise to solve it now. The key is... Okay. Okay, so what? And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Which is an O. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I did it. Completed. That's it. That's the answer.
コンプリーティッド？それって確かなの？
Yeah. You did exactly what you told me to do, and the word I got is completed. Well, actually, it is completed, completed, completed. The code and the letters repeat every 2 lines. It just repeats.
私は暗号表の文字列を正確に記憶しているわけじゃないから何とも言えないんだけど、あなたがそこまで強く言うなら多分そうなのね。
Definitely certain.
分かったわよ。でもコンプリーティッドって何かしら？
What? Aside from the obvious, you mean? I'm guessing here it means mission complete. So that's what that transmitter was for.
やつ？やつって誰よ？通信機って何？
I barely even heard her. Suddenly my mind was full of memories that hadn't been there a moment before. It was like a wave had washed away the sand, revealing a bed of precious gems underneath. Damn it. Why hadn't I realized it before? I could remember a series of numbers, but not this. At least I remembered it now. Dio was a member of the Myrmidons. And not just any member, he was their leader. I mean, he had to be the one who planted the bombs.
ねえ、ちょっと聞いてる？
Yeah.
だったら質問に答えなさいよ。やつって一体誰なの？通信機っていうのは何？
I didn't trust myself to try and explain it to her. More than likely she'd just think I was insane. Even I could barely make sense of the sudden influx of new information.
まさかあなたがクレイドールズの一員だなんて言わないわよね。
If I was, do you really think I'd reveal myself like this?
まあ確かにそれもそうね。
Out of nowhere, Clover appeared.
こんなところにいたんだ。探したんだからね。
Really?
今みんな B 階の倉庫に集まってて、みんなっていうかルナとクオーク以外だけど。
どうして？
Still got 45 minutes until the white doors open.
知ってる。
Oh, okay. Hey, wait a minute. I thought UK and Quark didn't know about the white
医務
doors.
室でケンミョウジさんから聞いたの。それ でどこにあるか教えてくれるって言うから天明寺さんに連れられて B 階の倉庫へ。
クオークのことはルナに任せることにしたのね。
うん、そう。そしたらそこにファイとケイとディオもいて、いきなりファイと天明寺さんとディオの3人が喧嘩を始めちゃったんだよ。
What?
なんでまた？原因は何？
According to Glover, the last AB game had been the cause of their fight. Even though Temyoji only had one BP, Fai had chosen Betray. They started to fight. Since Theo had pressed Betray on behalf of his team, eventually he got dragged in too.
でもそれってなんかおかしくない？ファイだって BP は1だったんだから正当防衛だと思うけど。
ああ、もういいからとにかく来てよ。今は K が必死になって仲裁に入ってるけど、一人で3人を抑えるには限界が。
Okay, okay. Come on, Alice, let's go.
了解よ。
Alright. I need a quick break. Damn. This seems like, so far everyone is alive. So, are we on the true route? Who knows? I'll be right back. Oh no. Oh. I solved it. I tied a knot in the headphones. Well, right. Did I not unlock anything else? I guess not. Well, let's do this. All four of them were still there when we arrived. They seemed to have calmed down a bit, but the tension in the air was almost visible. I felt like I'd stepped into a room full of flammable gas. Even the smallest spark could turn the whole place into a raging inferno. I mean, they're all locked in here, flatulence happens. Even Kay, usually so calm and collected, was standing ramrod straight with his hand balled into a fist at his side. I looked at Alice, pursed my lips, and then headed over to the angry knot of people occupying most of the room. Nobody told me what's going on. This whole thing is stupid. You need to knock it off.
くだらないこと？これのどこがくだらないと言うんじゃ。こっちは命がかかっておるんじゃぞ。
I know, but yelling at each other isn't going to solve your problem. The best thing for us to do right now is to trust each other and get through this. Wouldn't you agree?
わしを殺そうとした相手をどうやって信じろと言うんじゃ。
それはこっちも同じだ。何度も言うようだが、天明寺、お前はディオに投票権を委ねた。その時点で私の殺害を容認しているに等しい。
だからあの時はクオークのことで頭がいっぱいで。
そんなものは言い訳にはならん。大体お前は私が裏切りを選んだことについて糾弾してくるが、だったら何か私が協力を選ぶべきだったとでも言うのか。もしもそんなことをしていたら、私はすでにこの世にはいないことになるんだぞ。
それはお互い様じゃろ。もしもディオが協力を選んでいたらと思うとゾッとするわい。
二人ともそろそろやめませんか。シグマさんが言った通り、今は仲違いしている時ではないでしょう。
お前が言うかね、そのセリフを。四つ葉を裏切って一人で脱出しようとしたくせに。
殺人未遂よりははるかにマシだと思いますが。だから
あれは天明寺を救うためにだな。
God damn it. Get up already. I roared with fury and my voice echoed and rebounded off the walls of the warehouse. Everyone fell silent. Please don't drag this along. I remembered it was Dio, so let's fuck him up. I didn't know how long that silence would last, so I decided to put it all on the table. There was only one way I was going to be able to take control of the situation. Guys, listen to me. We really don't have time for this. I was met with a number of glares, but I soldiered on. See, the thing is, I figured out who planted the bombs.
誰なの？その犯人って。
もしかしてさっき言ってた。
Sort of, yeah. I know which one of you it is.
やつとは一体何じゃ。
どういうことなのか、きちんと説明してください。
I don't think I need to. They're going to admit their guilt in just a few minutes.
自供？
You're all going to hear it straight from the horse's mouth. Or I guess I should say Dio's mouth.
何を言い出すかと思えば、やぶから棒に。この俺が犯人だとでも言うのか？
Yes, I do.
おいおい。人を疑うからにはそれなりの根拠があるんだろうな。
I'm not accusing you. I'm just stating a fact.
だから、その 根拠は何だって聞いてんだろうが。
But as it was, I knew taunting alone wouldn't be enough to make Dio confess. He just played dumb. He was good at it, and I get nothing. That meant I was going to have to trick him. Well, you see, I'm actually from Free the Soul.
フリーザそうなんだそれ。聞いたこともねえ。
Don't play dumb, Dio. Or should I call you left? Brother ordered me to come here, to keep an eye on you. He was quick, but for just a moment I saw his eyes twitch. I leapt on that moment of weakness like a hungry dog on a steak. Fine. Skepticism is understandable, admirable even. But perhaps this will convince you. I pressed forward, pulling out every fact I could remember. I told Dio about Brother's background and how his younger brother left had been murdered. I mentioned casually that the Myrmidons were all clones of a single person. So? Still not convinced? How about this? Do a little prime factor decomposition on that and you'll get, to the third power. If I'm not who I say I am, how on earth could I possibly know that?
そんなバカな。
Finally. So let's start over, shall we? I was sent here to watch your every move. It seems your wise and noble brother doesn't trust you. He suspects betrayal.
嘘だ。
I assure you I'm not. But if you don't believe me, why don't you go outside and call him yourself with your transmitter?
違う。そんなことはありえない。ブラザーは俺のことを信頼してくださっている。だからこそ俺はこの任務の遂行役として抜擢されたんだ。そもそも俺がクレイドールズのリーダーに選ばれたのだって。
Huh? Sorry, what was that?
だから俺がクレイドールズのリーダーに選ばれたのも。
I grinned.
まさかお前騙したのか。
Sorry, Dio. I've never even seen brother.
だったら今の話は何だったんだ。どうしてお前がそんなことを知ってる。
Don't know. Maybe I was divinely inspired.
ふざけるな。
なあ、一体どういうことなんだ。
クレイドールズというのは何なんです？
Dio and I stared at one another while Clover and Tenyoshi quickly explained to Fight and Kay about the memory card and the number 2 bomb, and about the code we found that was from a terrorist organization called the Myrmidons.
つまり爆弾を仕掛けたのはクレイドールズという組織のメンバーということですね。
で、今まさにそのことをディオが認めたと。
Yeah.
許せない。許せないわ。
I heard a low, furious muttering behind me and turned to see Alice, her lips pulled back into a snarl.
殺してやる。殺してやる。
Don't do suspense. the Japanese already said it. Her voice rose to a scream as she charged toward Dio. He ducked out of the way smoothly and pulled something from his pocket.
おっとっと。威勢のいい女は嫌いじゃねえが、そのぐらいにしておいた方が身のためだぜ、ババ。
なんですって？
俺が今持ってる装置、なんだかわからねえのか。
まさか起爆装置？
ご名答。じゃあこのスイッチを押したらどうなるかもわかるな。
この施設には少なくとも2つの反物質爆弾が仕掛けられている。それらが爆発するのね。
まあ2つじゃないけどな。
01の爆弾もどこかに設置されているのですね。
そうだ。それに加えてもう一つ。
4つもあるっていうの？
その通り。仕掛けた爆弾は全部で4つだ。03、02、01の他にももう一つあるんだ。ナンバー00の爆弾がな。 合計すると TNT 換算で4トン分の爆弾ってことになる。それが炸裂すりゃお前らは一巻の終わりだ。この建物もろとも吹っ飛ばされて跡形もなく消え失せることになるだろう。
それはお前とて同じじゃろうが。
ディオ、お前も死ぬことになるぞ。
元より覚悟の上だ。
That means nothing. He's a fanatic.
俺にはスペアもいるから問題はない。
スペアというのは先ほどシグマさんの言っていた
そう、クローンのことだ。
I heard Alice whisper something to Clover.
四つ葉、行くわよ。訓練の成果を見せてやりなさい。
分かった。
Before I had a chance to ask them what was going on, they moved.
ふざけんじゃないわよ、この青二歳が！ダメ！
She roared and leapt toward Dio, Clover following just behind. Alice threw a punch at Dio's face, and as he dodged, Clover spun out from behind her. Dio grunted and turned to focus on Alice, but Clover darted in and snatched the detonator from his hand.
四つ葉、確保！
了解。シグマ、持ってて。
Huh? Before I could respond, Clover had thrown the detonator at me. I scrambled to grab it out of the air and held it to my chest.
やめろ！離せ！離せって言ってんだろうがこのクソ穴！
Sucker punch, Shimkei. Yelling didn't do him any good, and Dio found himself subdued by the skillful teamwork of Alice and Clover. Strangely, though, once they had a hold of him, he stopped struggling. I was reminded of a gazelle with its neck in the mouth of a lion. Had he surrendered? Or did he have some trick up his sleeve? It didn't feel right. I didn't have to wait long for my misgivings to prove true. The detonator in my hand suddenly began to flash. What?
何がおかしいのよ。
いやー、お前らの間抜けっぷりがあまりにも滑稽でな。
どういうこと？
今シグマが持ってる起爆装置、そいつはな、俺の体から1メートル以上離れると爆弾に向かってタイマーを作動させるよう命令を発信する仕組みになってるんだよ。誰かに奪われた場合のことを想定してそういう仕掛けが施されてるんだ。要するにアリスと四つ葉が余計なことをしてくれたおかげで爆弾は遠隔操作式から次元式へと変わったってことだ。したがってもはや起爆装置を破壊しても無駄ってことになる。爆弾に内蔵されたタイマーはすでに作動しちまってるからな。
How long do we have?
30分後だよ。
30分。
たったの30分しかないというのか。
ご愁傷様。
どうすれば止められるんですか？
それは話したでしょ。まずはパスワードの入力装置が必要。次にその装置を爆弾に接続して緊急解除用のパスワードを入力すれば。
なあアリス、お前一体何者なんだよ。どうしてそんなことを知ってる？
答える義理はないわ。それよりも入力装置がどこにあるのか教えなさい。
それこそ答える義理はないね。いったバカ、やめろ、腕が折れる。
そりゃそうよ、折ろうとしてるんだもの。
頼む、やめてくれ。
入力装置のありかを教えたらね。
I support this.
わかった、わかった、言うよ。コードの右のポケットの中だ。
四つ葉、調べて。
She nodded and started digging through his pockets. After a few minutes,
ダメ、何も入ってないよ。
もしかして嘘を教えたの？
嘘じゃねえって。もう一度ちゃんとよく調べてくれ。
待って、何かあるみたい。
Clover pulled her hand from his pocket and held it out. Is that a pill, like for medicine?
ねえ、何なのよ。
は？よく見えねえな。もっと顔の前に近づけてくれよ。
He's gonna kill himself. And she's stupid. Clover frowned and moved closer to Dio, holding the pill out toward him. Suddenly he moved, his right hand snaking out to grab the pill from Clover's hand. Before anyone could react, he shoved it into his mouth. He heard a tiny crack as he bit down on it. Almost immediately, he grimaced in pain.
しまった。
なんじゃ。
Is Clover stupid? She is, but...
何を飲んだんじゃ。
おそらく毒薬だ。
そんな。
私としたことは迂闊だったわ。
His eyes rolled up into his head and flecks of spittle began to trickle out from the corners of his mouth. I grabbed him by the hair and shook. What the hell are you doing? Where's the input device?
うちの玄関に忘れてきた。
Don't screw with me.
わかった。それじゃあ会場用のパスワードだけでもいい。教えてくれ。
Really not good at their jobs. Absolutely not.
会場用のパスワード。しつこい奴らだな。わかったよ。どっちにしろ入力装置がなけりゃどうにもなんねんだしな。教えてやろう。ただし一つだけだ。03のパスワードだけを教えてやる。その文字列は B K Z X C N K K R だ。
That's not what he's saying. Why did they change the password? Oh shit, this is 3, I put it on 2. Look. My paper? This is my well-organized paper, or was before I had to change the 2 for the 3. With bomb codes and the 2 lions password on the computer. Which is the ongoing things that we need to keep in mind. What about the other 3? Tell us the other 3. He didn't even seem to hear me.
俺は新たなる人類の未来の礎となるんだ。
His voice was weak, and more foam was dribbling out of his mouth.
新世界の光明、ブラザーに永遠の栄えあれ。
Those were the last words Dio spoke. He died with a strange, happy smile.
03のパスワードしかわからなかったね。どうするの？これから。
I don't know.
爆発まであと何分だ？
25分です。
それは確かな数字か？
ええ、実はディオさんからタイムリミットを聞いた時に番組の時刻を確かめておいたのです。その時の表示がちょうど30分でした。
つまり次の第一扉が開くまでの残り時間と爆弾が爆発するまでの残り時間は同じというわけじゃな。
そうです。ところで現在の残り時間はというと。
Oh, so 25 minutes.
まずいわね。最悪の場合は白の扉の先へと逃げ込めば、もしかしたらなんとかなるかもしれないって思ってたけど。
第一扉が開放されてから閉鎖されるまでには5分かかる。だから。
そう。爆発の前に先に進むのは不可能ってことになるわ。
とにかくじっとしていても仕方がない。捜索を開始しよう。探さなければならないものは3つある。パスワードの入力装置と。
And the remaining 2 bombs, right?
そうだ。
あとは03以外のパスワードも見つけ出さないと。
確かに。
Maybe Dio has a note or something?
待って。調べてみるわ。
She knelt down and quickly checked his pockets and sleeves, then sat back on her heels, frustrated.
ダメ。何も持ってないみたい。
He's clean? He can't be clean. He has to at least have that transmitter that we know he has. She looked pale.
ならばどこかに隠されていることを祈って探索するしかあるまい。天明寺、このことをルナに伝えておいてくれないか？
わかった。了解じゃ。
よし、それでは行こう。各自健闘を祈る。3回。
We all took off at a run, heading to different parts of the building. But all of our searching turned up nothing. As we searched, the clock kept ticking. And at last the chromatic doors opened.
カラードドアがカラードドア。
Our time had run out. We watched the white doors open. Were they doors to heaven? Or to hell? The thought barely had time to flutter through my mind before everything went white. We didn't even have time to say goodbye. 1,000 emotions flooded my brain in those last moments. Why? How? How had we ended up this way? And a blistering wave of heat, like the surface of the sun itself, wiped out any lingering thoughts. My consciousness slipped away into a bottomless pool of darkness. Neither heaven nor hell, only the void. Huh. This is an ending? So I'm not supposed to come back here with the passwords. Okay. I guess the time limit makes it very tight. Well... skip. Alice in. Okay. What is this, trophy? Oh, it's the... right. The trophy for the ending. Huh. So not the true route at all. Fair. we opened. This one is still closed. Who planted the bomb and who planted the bomb? I guess I'm doing this one first. Wait. That person is you, Dio.
何よお前たわけたことを。
Well, we're about to find out. Sorry, Kay. Could you hold him down?
いや、しかし。
It's on him, I
ふざ
promise.
けるな。それじゃ前後が逆だろうが。
So, this isn't a court. Besides, all we want is to know who set the bombs. Why are you getting so worked up anyway? You're innocent, and the search will show that, and I'll look like an idiot.
悪いがそんなデタラメな論理に従うわけにはいかねえんだよ。そもそも根拠は何なんだ。どうして俺が犯人だなんて。
Because I know about the Myrmidons.
プレイ
ドールズ。
そんな、なんでシグマが知ってるの？
Oh, that's not all I know. I know about Free the Soul, and I know about Brother.
おい、そいつは一体何なんだ。
This is a ton of nonsense for the other people. I can tell the details later. But there's no question that you were the one who set up the bombs.
お前な。ヨタ話もいい加減にしろよ。俺はクレイドールズなんて組織のことは知らねえし。フリーザソウルのこともブラザーなんて老いぼれのことも。
Oh, Dio, tell me, how does that foot taste? Who the Myrmidons are? I don't recall saying the Myrmidons are people. What about Brother? How would you know his age if I haven't said anything besides his name?
それじゃあディオがあのテロ組織のリーダーレフトだっていうの？
テロ
組織。
レフト。
Why hasn't Kay grabbed him yet?
残念ながらこれ以上言い逃れはできそうもねえな。それにしても一体いつからクレイドールズはそんなに有名になったんだ。シグマやヨツバが知ってるようなメジャーな組織じゃないはずなんだがな。確かに認めよう。俺はクレイドールズのリーダー。本名はレフトという。ゼロボスが企てた計画 AB 計画を阻止するために俺はこの施設へと送り込まれてきた。爆弾を仕掛けたのはそのため。計画が達成されそうになった時にはこの建物もろとも吹っ飛ばすようにと指示されていて。
AB
何なの
plan?
よそれは。
さすがにそこまでは知らなかったか。うっかりと口を滑らせちまったが、まあいい。どのみちお前らはここでくたばることになるんだからな。
くたばる？
God damn it. I leapt toward him.
おっと、それ以上近づくな。一歩でも足を進めてみろ。次の瞬間にはお前らの体は蒸発し、きれいさっぱりと消え失せていることになるだろう。
ということは、今あなたが手にしているその機械は
暗物質爆弾の起爆装置。
まあそういうことだ。分かったらさっさと下がれ。
ディオさん、落ち着いてください。そのスイッチを押したらディオさんも爆発に巻き込まれることになるんですよ。
ああ、別に構わんよ。どうせ俺には代わりがいるんだからな。
What?
いいからうだうだ言ってねえでさっさと下がれよ。ほら、何をしてる。早くしろ。
We had no choice. Slowly, carefully, we backed away. All of us except for one, Himyoji.
おいじじい、耳が遠くて聞こえなかったのか。下がれと言ってるんだ。
断る。
貴様、俺は本気だぞ。
そうか。ならばさっさと押すがよい。その起爆装置とやらのスイッチを。
What?
天明寺さん、
ほらどうした。早くせんか。おや、指先が震えておるようじゃの。怖いのか。怖いんじゃろう貴様。え、
このクソじじい。
やはりただのハッタリじゃったか。
はったりなんかじゃねえ。いいか、見てろよ。
ええ、しかと見届けてやるとも。だがその前に一つだけいいことを教えてやろう。貴様が持っておるその起爆装置じゃがな、実はそれ偽物なんじゃよ。
なんだと。
What? For just an instant, Theo's eyes switched down to the device in his hand. That was all the opening Tenyoji needed. Oh, that's amazing! He cried out as he leapt through the air. Tenyoji's leg shot out, knocking the detonator from Theo's hand. Shit! Not
ど
good.
うしたんだ。
The detonator. He doesn't have it anymore.
なんなのこれ。
赤いランプがつきましたけど。
バカなことをしたな天明寺。年がいもなくカッコつけようとするからこういうことになるんだよ。
なんじゃと。
I'm sorry. This is my fault. I didn't have time to tell you how it worked.
どういうことですか。
The detonator isn't supposed to be separated from Tio. If it is, then the timer on the bombs automatically activates.
やれやれ。お前一体どこまで知ってんだよ。まあいい。とにかくシグマが言った通りだ。あの起爆装置は俺の体から1メートル以上離れると爆弾に向かってタイマーを作動させるよう命令を発信する仕組みになっている。要するに天明寺がバカなことをしてくれたおかげで爆弾は遠隔操作式から次元式へと変わったってことだ。したがってもはやあの起爆装置を破壊しても無駄だ。爆弾に内蔵されたタイマーはすでに作動しちまってるからな。
タイムリミットは爆発するのはいつだ。
シグマ、知ってるんだろう。お前から教えてやってくれ。
30 minutes.
30分？たったの30分しかないっていうの？
Yeah.
止めるには一体どうすれば。
The emergency deactivation passwords.
パスワードなんて誰も。
Right, none of us know. But there's someone who does, isn't there?
あいにくだが俺は教える気なんてさらさらないぜ。もっともこの中にいた子でもいるってんならあの世から教えてやってもいいかな。
あの世から。
それじゃな。
Wait, stop! I threw myself toward Dio and wrapped my hand around his wrist, slamming it to the floor. He struggled, but I put all my weight on it and kept his arm pinned.
くそ！やめろ！離せ！離せ！
He continued to struggle, but I wasn't going to let him go. I shifted my weight to free one of my hands and started trying to pry his open.
てめえ！ふざけてんじゃねえぞこら！離せって言ってんだろうがボケ！
By then the others had run over and piled onto Dio along with me. Even then he refused to stop. With increasing desperation, he tried to get the hand I had grabbed to his mouth.
やむをえん。ルナ、マンドレインを。
No! If we put him to sleep, we can't get what we need out of him.
そんなことは分かってる。だが仕方がないだろう。こうしている間にもタイムリミットは刻々と迫っているんだ。いつまでもこいつと戯れてる時間なんてないんだよ。ル
Shit.
ナ何をしている。早く準備を。
今やってます。
No, we need password number 3, too.
できました。いつでも OK です。
さあ覚えてろよ貴様ら。どうせお前らの命もあとわずかなんだ。せいぜい残りの数十分取り乱してうろたえまくって右往左往でもするがいいさ。頼めよってんだこのクソ野郎どもめが。
ルナ頼む。早くこいつの口を塞いでくれ。
わかりました。行きます。
Yeah, I don't see the point of doing that. Might as well just fuck him up. Kick him in the balls. As they began to climb off of him, I finally pried Dio's hand open. There it was, just what I had expected. A small, unassuming capsule. I didn't know what was in it exactly, but it was undoubtedly some kind of poison. I stumbled toward the sink and tossed it into the drain. How much time do we have
おそら
left?
く25分程度ではないかと。
次の CD 白の第一扉が開くまでの時間は。
The same.
それで一体どうすれば。
We put in the password and stop the
でも
bombs.
今ディオの所持品を調べてみたけどメモみたいなものは持ってなかったよ。
Only one option left then.
どうするんじゃ。
Intuition. We trust our hunches.
そんなデタラメにパスワードを入力してみるって言うんですか。
You have a better idea?
しかし
待て、方法ならある。
何なんですかその方法って。
その前に全員が私の言った通りに動くと約束してくれ。ただし質問は禁止だ。この2点について守ってくれるというなら。
We all
よ
nodded.
し、まずはシグマ、お前は私と一緒に来てくれ。
Great.
次に残った4人についてだが、お前らはアリス、クオーク、ディオの3人を抱きかかえて B 階の倉庫に向かってほしい。
どういうことじゃ。
質問は禁止と言ったはずだが、方法は以上になる。
それだけですか。
何か文句でもあるのか。私の言った通りに動くと約束しただろう。さあ時間がない。分かったら早速行動開始だ。行くぞシグマ。
I turned without waiting and headed for the door. The fuck is happening? Before I could blink, she was gone. I gave everyone else in the infirmary a quick thumbs up and a shaky smile. Take care of these guys, okay? See you back on the floor before you know it. So, just trust us, alright? Good? I couldn't think of anything else to say. I turned and ran after Fi. Damn, I thought I was just getting a password here, because it looked like it was shorter. Oh shit! Fuck me. Okay, game. Okay, I see you. I see what you're doing. Okay, so what do we do?
とりあえずパスワードの入力装置を。
Alright, done. All hooked up and everything.
残り時間は何分だ？
Well, they'll go off when the doors open, so... 21 minutes.
すると1個につき7分以内に解除しなければならない計算になるな。ただし移動時間も込みでだ。
Bomb number 2 is in the control room on 4B. And bomb number 1 is also in 4B with the garden. So, we just need to hurry, right? What are we supposed to do? I mean, you have some sort of plan, right?
まあないこともない。
Stop being so mysterious and tell me. What the hell am I supposed to do?
飛び越えるんだ。
Jump?
そうだ。別の世界へと歴史へと。
I
お
can't.
前はさっきディオが爆弾を仕掛けた犯人だと言い当てたな。あれは別の歴史で起こったことを覚えてたからだろう。
Yeah, I did, but that's, I mean,
だったらそれと同じことをすればいい。
so you're saying I need to go to another history and get the password out of Dio
ある
somehow?
いは今と同じ歴史でも構わん。過去へと遡ってディオを問い詰めるんだ。ただしその場合は今とは異なった歴史の流れが生み出されることになるだろう。したがってその歴史の中で爆弾を解除しても意味がない。必ず今のこの歴史へと戻ってこなければ。
Damn it, this is so confusing.
難しいことを考えるの後回しだ。時間がない。さっさと飛べ。
Okay, okay. I get it. See you later then. Are you insane? You're talking about transporting myself across space and time. Also, why should I have to do everything? Can't you jump too?
私はその能力を自在に操ることができない。跳躍の瞬間は自分の意志とは無関係に不意に訪れるんだ。
Neither can
そう
I.
か。そいつは困ったな。
I can.
なあ、だったらこういう可能性は考えられないか。すでに我々の意識は別の歴史から今の歴史へと飛び越えてきた後なのだと。だが前の歴史の記憶は完璧に保たれているわけではない。というかそこで起こった出来事はほとんど忘れてしまっている。本当は覚えてるはずなのに。だとするとだ。
Are you saying I might know it already? And I just have to try and remember it?
ああ、なんとなくそんな気がするんだ。どうだ、思い出せないかシグマ。爆弾03のパスワード。どこか別の世界でそれを聞いた覚えは。
I stare down at the input device. Password. Password. The bomb password. Actually, I did remember it. I had heard it. Oh boy. What is this? What? Why? What is this icon? This is bomb 3, right? L, X, Q, L, H, C, N, M, R.
でかしたぞシグマ。解除成功だ。
Phew. I sighed and wiped what felt like a bucket's worth of sweat from my forehead.
やっぱりお前知ってたんだな。パスワード。
Yeah, I guess I
別の
did.
歴史で知ったのか。
Yeah, like anyone would have a BlackBerry in 2027.
その歴史では一
Hey,
体
it is
何が。
what it is. It's supposedly 2025. but it might be 100 years after or something. Not 100, but a bunch. I would love an Android phone with a physical keyboard again. It was great for texting while driving. I mean, it was interesting, I mean. I would never do that.
残り時間は
18 minutes.
よし、まだ間に合うぞ。急ごうシグマ。次だ。次は爆弾02を止める。
So we're heading to the control
そう
room?
だ。行こう。ああ、入力装置を忘れるなよ。
And then she was gone. I hurriedly disconnected the device from the bomb and chased after her. What about the 00 bomb? They don't know about it. But yeah, physical keyboard was superior. Also, I need flip phones to come back. Flip phones were superior. Flip phones sucked. I never had one. I just think they're cool.
例の装置は
Yeah, right here.
接続を。
Right. I don't have this password. Done.
よし、それでは早速発災機のパスワードを入力。
Hey, what the hell?
落ち着け。文字を打ち間違えたんじゃないのか。
No, no way. I'm sure I did it
とに
right.
かくもう一度。
Yeah, nothing. The password's no
パス
good.
ワードが違うということか。つまり3つの爆弾には
Yeah, looks like it.
クソ。
Pi slammed her foot against the locker, her face uncharacteristically twisted by anger and frustration.
弱ったな。一体どうすればいいんだ。なあシグマ、もう一度よく思い出してみてくれ。さっきとは別の歴史で何かパスワードのようなものを見たり聞いたりしたことはないか。
You mean like a different history from the other one I remembered?
そうだ。本当はお前はそこで答えを手に入れていて、だが今はそれをうまく思い出すことができないだけなのかもしれない。
Texting on them was awful. Huh.
03の時と同じだよ。
I think they look cool visually. Like in Final Fantasy 15. And 7.
だとしたらここにある02だって。
Another history. Another history. Password. Do I know what it is? Can I remember it? I have to. No, I don't have this one. I tried over and over, but it was no good. Each guess was wrong. No matter how I strained my memory, I couldn't remember even a letter of the bomb's password. Had I even seen or heard it anywhere in the first place? I'd seen other histories, but had I seen what I needed? If I hadn't, then it was all over. If I couldn't control my jumps, then what good were they?
シグマ、もう諦めよう。残念だが時間が来てしまったようだ。 最後に一つだけ言っておこう。シグマ。お前には感謝してる。こうして死を覚悟しながらも、お前はこの場に踏みとどまってくれた。その勇気をたたえよう。本当に。生かした男だったよ、お前は。ああ。それからもう一つだけ。お前に会えて、よかったよ。
Oh well, I'm glad I didn't leave this for last then.
なんだか懐かしいような感じがしたんだ。お前に会った瞬間、ありがとう、シグマ。さてと、そろそろ時間だな。他のみんなが助かってくれることをひたすら祈るばかりだが、とにかくいずれにせよ、私たちはもうこれで。
Don't you dare say goodbye. We'll meet again, somewhere, somewhen. I guarantee it. We can jump through parallel worlds. We can change history. You see? This won't end here. I won't let it. This is just the beginning.
シグマ。
Suddenly I felt Fi's face against my chest. I put my arms around her and I held tight. Then... everything went dark. When I came to, I was floating in a field of nothingness. Alright. Flip phones were still popular overseas. Samsung made several flip Android phones. Now they have an actual flip phone with a folding display. Yeah, I was wondering, like, what Final Fantasy 15 is pretty recent for having flip phones, and I don't know. I think it was still popular in Japan. Yeah. Oh man. Who planted the bomb? Well, I'm glad this is mostly the same.
わかった
So I can
それ
skip.
じゃメイドの土産に教えてやろう。爆弾02のパスワードは EQD DYR NTK だ。
Interesting. This one is exactly what it's saying. I wonder why they changed the other one. Should have had one where Dio just pushes the button at the end. I guess he doesn't have what it takes to push the button. But he has what it takes to swallow the pill, which is weird. I would expect the pushing the button to be easier than swallowing the pill. At least it would be for me, I think.
爆弾02じゃと？
それってまだ見つかってない爆弾じゃない。
あれそうだったっけ。こいつはうっかりしてたぜ。とはいえどのみちお前らにはどうすることもできねえんだ。解除用の入力装置はないんだしな。ま、潔く諦めることだな。
Where's the input
さ
device?
てね、どこかな。
爆弾02を仕掛けた場所は？
悪いが忘れちまったよ。
You son of a
と
bitch.
いうわけで俺は一足先に行かせてもらうことにするぜ。
行く？
行くってどこに？
決まってるだろ。ここではない別の世界にだよ。
No, wait. Threw myself toward the. How much time do we have
おそらく
left?
20分程度ではないかと。
次の CD 白の第一扉が開くまでの時間は
The same.
それで一体どうすれば。
Put in those passwords and stop the bombs.
今ディオの所持品を調べてみたけど、入力装置みたいなものは持ってなかったよ。
Well, only one thing to do
どう
then.
するんじゃ？
We split up and find it. Unless any of you have another suggestion? That dismal silence filled the room. Even though no one spoke, I could see despair on every face.
とにかくここでじっとしていても仕方がない。最後まで諦めずにやるべきことをやってみよう。まずはシグマ、お前は私と一緒に来てくれ。爆弾03を確かめに行くんだ。本当に次元装置が作動しているかどうか。
Right.
次に残った4人についてだが、お前らはアリス、クオーク、ディオの3人を抱きかかえて。
B 階の
倉庫に？
ああ、万が一の場合は白の第二扉を開いて先に進む。そうすればあるいは助かる可能性も。
わかりました。それでは我々は眠っている3人を連れて B 階の倉庫へ。着いたらすぐに入力装置と爆弾02の捜索に取り掛かることにしましょう。
ああ、頼んだぞ。さあ、時間がない。分かったら早速行動開始だ。行くぞ、シグマ。
I turned without waiting and headed for the door. Before I could blink, she was gone. I gave everyone else in the infirmary a quick thumbs up and a shaky smile and hurried after her.
「赤いランプが点滅してるな。どうやら次元装置が作動したのは間違いなさそうだ。だがどうすればいい？パスワードの入力装置がないことにはどうにも。仕方がない。ひとまず別れて捜索することにしよう。私はこのキャビンをくまなく探してみるから、シグマ、お前は別の場所を。
We already checked all this.
5分前
Okay.
になっても見つからなければ B 階の倉庫で落ち合うことに。いいな。
I wasn't sure what to say. If we hadn't found it by then, was there really any point in meeting up again?
おい、なんだよその顔は。大丈夫、きっとなんとかなるさ。ほら、信じる者にはすく水だって言うだろ。
Swimsuits never quit? What? No, that's not a thing. That doesn't make any sense. Besides, why the hell are you cracking jokes right
だ
now?
が少なくとも生きる希望は湧いてきただろ。なんて言ったってこの危機を無事に切り抜けたら私のすく水姿が拝めるんだからな。
Oh well. Guess I'll live with that. Oh, I see. Well, I admit I am a bit
さ
curious.
あ、分かったらさっさと行け。入力装置を見つけるんだ。
Damn it, fine, now's not the time. Why is she flirting now? Fine. Be careful, alright? I checked the time on my bracelet as I headed out of the crew quarters and into the hallway. It wasn't good news. Damn, only 15 minutes. I need to hurry. I broke into a run. Before long, I found myself in front of the infirmary. People spend hours in this infirmary. All too often, what you're looking for is right in front of you. We'd spent a lot of time in the infirmary, so it seemed kind of fitting somehow that it might have been there all along. No, it's not fitting at all. Or maybe Dio had dropped it in there recently, there was no way to know. And in any event, I had to start looking somewhere. Luna, you're still here?
眠っていた3人については他の皆さんにお任せすることにして、私は一人ここに残ることにしたのです。もしかしたらシグマさんがここに戻ってくるかもしれないと思ったので。
Why?
アダム、自動診断解析装置がここにはあるからです。シグマさんはあれを使うためにここへ。違いますか？
Well, what? I mean, yeah, I want to know what's going on with me. It's driving me nuts. Hell, I feel sick. But this isn't the time for that. Being a robot isn't going to mean a lot if I die anyway.
そうですか。だったらどうしてここへ？
Isn't that obvious? I'm trying to find the input thing so we can turn off the bombs.
本当に？
Yes. Why would I lie?
わかりました。では私の思い過ごしだったようですね。アダムを操作するには私のサポートが必要ですから、お力になれるのではないかと思ってここに留まっていたのですが、どうやら余計なお世話というやつだったみたいですね。すみませんでした。失礼します。
She turned and headed toward the exit. No, wait. Wait. I couldn't just let her leave like that. I sighed. How long would it take?
5分もあれば。
Are you sure? Only 5 minutes? Okay. Let's do it. Analyze my body. I lay down on the table. Luna picked up the Atom scanner and began to run it across me slowly and methodically. In a few minutes, she was finished.
終わりました。起き上がってもいいですよ。
I sat up and hopped off the table. The screen was already starting to show my results. So, what does it say? My eyes were glued to her face, looking for any sign of what the answer might be. She studied the readout for several long seconds before replying.
結果をご報告します。シグマさんはロボットではありませんでした。
I'm not?
人間です。
Okay. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. My relief didn't last long.
ただし全身がというわけではありません。
What?
シグマさんの体の一部は機械によって構成されています。
Wait, what are you
こ
saying?
れを見てください。シグマさんの両腕の中には人間の骨とは明らかに異なった骨格が存在しています。
Okay, so the arms are artificial.
材質はチタン合金。その上を覆っているのが例の ABT 人工生体組織です。つまりシグマさんの両腕はサイバネティックアームだったということに。
What does that mean?
文字通りサイバネティクスの技術を利用して作られた機械的な腕のことです。骨格の周りに複雑に張り巡らされた植物の根のようなものがあるでしょ。
I'm Adam Jensen.
これは同 じく人の手によって作られた人工神経です。この神経が生身のそれと接続しているために、シグマさんは両腕を自由に動かすことができるのでしょう。痛覚や触覚が正常に機能しているのもおそらくこのためだと思われます。
What? No, this is ridiculous. I think replacing my arms with robot ones is something I'd remember. I know they weren't always like this. When I was a kid, I broke my arm, and they took an x-ray of it. Spines is part of being called Bro Cage Fighter. Yeah, it hits harder. The doctor told me I had really thick bones, and that I must have done something pretty insane to break them. When the hell did this happen? Why did somebody replace my arms? Wait. Okay, let's say you're right and my arms are cybernetic. Wouldn't that mean I don't have to worry about the bracelet going off?
いえ、残念ですがそれはないと思います。
Why?
バングルに仕込まれた注射針は人工神経を直接貫くようにできているからです。そうして注ぎ込まれた薬液は神経の細い管を伝ってあっという間に体内へ。
How do you know
知
that?
っているから知っているのです。
That's not an answer.
そうですね。でもこの世の中にはそういうことだってあるのです。答えようがなくても知っているということが。
What?
シグマさんにだって身に覚えがあるのではありませんか？どうしてシグマさんはビオトープのことを知っていたのです？リオさんが爆弾を仕掛けた犯人だと分かったのはなぜですか？
Can you jump too? That's
すみません、シグマさん。続きを伺いたいのは山々なのですが、残念ながら時間が来てしまったようです。
time. I pressed the buttons on my bracelet and felt my stomach drop. 1 minute. We've only got a minute left.
シグマさん、最後に一つだけお伝えしておきたいことがあります。実はある方からどうしてもこのことを伝えるようにと頼まれていたので。
I shuddered. Not because I was scared of what was about to happen, because I was scared of Luna. She was calm, unnaturally so, like a machine with a human face. We were about to die. How could she be so calm? Oh. This is why there's a file on the laws of robotics.
いいですか？大事なことです。必ず覚えていてくださいね。
Remember? I was about to die. How was I supposed to remember anything?
もしも太陽を食らう相当の獅子を見たら、この文字列を思い出せ。 GLT FTM 016
Yes! Yes, 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 yes. I was wondering when the fuck I was going to know this. Oh man. We have everything open. Holy shit.
それが第一の門を開く鍵となるだろう。音つては以上です。シグマさん、またいつかどこかで会えるといいですね。私待ってますから。シグマさんのこと。
What? Before she could answer, the world field exploded into noise and light, and I disappeared along with it. When I came to, I was floating in a field of nothingness. Damn, son. I guess I'm doing the passwords first? Maybe? The bombs, I mean. It's all coming together, yes! Stigma and not Luna. Okay. Arms race, well, thanks for the fun. Pieces are forming. Oh, man. I'm not the first one. Or the last. Who am I missing? Pi and Luna? And who else? And Quark. What? I still have to hang out with Quark. Huh. Did this open the lock? Remove the arm. The little bastard is important to the story too. He really isn't. At least so far. He's motivation for other people, but he himself has not been important. I guess I'm... Guys, I trust your judgment. Computer? 5 minutes of life or bombs? Suggest me. Which one is least? Let's leave the most important for last. Probably middle. Okay. I would think so. I would think the same way you're saying, but at the same time, maybe I just get to the thing and it opens a whole other branch, a tree branch. I don't know. So.
Nani?
シグマさん、その手どうしたんですか？何か白いものがついてるみたいですけど。
Please, Sigma, stop jerking off to me.
シグマさんの両腕の中には人間の骨とは明らかに異なった骨格が存在しています。つまりシグマさんの両腕はサイバネティックアームだったということに。
The hell is that? I have cybernetic arms? It was both shocking and utterly obvious. Of course my arms were artificial. Titanium alloy bones with an ABT exterior to mimic human skin. But I had no idea why. Nor did I know when my human arms, which I distinctly remembered having, had been replaced. And that flash of Luna I'd seen, I was certain it had never happened. Those things hardly mattered, though. If I survived, I could worry about them later. The fact that my arms were mechanical, however, that might be useful. I called up all the strength I had left and stood one more time. What are you waiting for? Why don't you open it already?
何を
Did I stutter? Open the number 9 door.
シグマ何を言ってるんですかシグマさん。
ついに自暴自棄になっちまいやがったか。まあいい。言われなくてもそうするつもりだって。
Am I putting the arm under the door? Hurry up!
待ってよ。そうせかすな。おい、ケイ。お前の BP も確か9だったよな。
え
お前はどうする？一緒に行くか？
私はここに残ります。
どうして？
シグマさんがこんな状態なのに見捨てていくわけにはいきません。
Don't worry about me. Go! You have to get outside and call for help.
いや、しかし。
Do you think Dio will? If he's the only one who gets out of here, there's no hope for the rest of us. You're the only one we can count on.
わかりました。
よし。決まりだな。行くぞ、ケイ。
よせ。やめろ。
I began to move, but it was already too late. Dio grabbed the lever and threw it down.
Q
それじゃあな。あばよ。
皆さん、必ず助けを呼んで戻ってきます。ですから、希望を捨てずに。
Yeah, I know. Just get going already. But just you, Kay. As Dio turned to look at me, I crouched. Then, calling on every last bit of strength my weary body could supply, I launched myself toward him like a coiled spring. I slammed into his legs, knocking him to the floor and wrapping my hands around his ankle before he could get back up.
おいてめえ、何しやがんだこの野郎。扉が閉まっちまうじゃねえかよ。離せ離せ離せっつってんだろうがこら。
He lashed out with his free leg at my head, shoulders, and arms, but I held on. I ignored the pain, tightening my grip with every blow.
おい、
All the while fighting anesthesia?
これは一体何の真似だ。どうしてこんなことする。約束だったらちゃんと守っただろうが。
Yeah, so did I. As far as I recall, I didn't say anything about letting you escape.
嫌がらせ。くそ、ふざけんなよてめえ。とにかく俺は何としてでもここを出なきゃならねえんだ。ただの嫌がらせなんかで俺の崇高な任務を邪魔されてたまるかよ。
Dio began to pull himself along with his elbows, bit by bit edging closer to the exit. He was headed straight through the door, but the gate was already beginning to close. With only a few feet to spare before it shut, he crawled across the threshold and beyond the door.
シグマ、もういいよ。もう十分だよ。
手を離してくださいシグマさん。
このままでは扉に挟まれるぞ。
Alright. See you later, Dio.
しかし最後の最後まで間抜けな男だったなお前は。 とっととくたばりやがれ、この死に損ないが。
No. I'm going to live. That's a good plan.
9の扉を閉鎖しました。これにてノナリーゲームはおつかなおどうぞ残り。
The announcer's voice grated at the inside of my skull. I felt tired, so very, very tired. I felt my eyes flutter closed. And then nothing. What's the point of all this? Now all the doors are open, but there's a bunch of other endings where that also happened. They flooded the airship with carbon monoxide. What airship? This? This is an airship.
シグマさん、シグマ。
あ、ようやく目を覚ましたか。
Where am I? I rubbed my eyes and slid my legs off the bed to stand up. Well, to be honest, it was an examination table, not a bed. Which meant the infirmary, huh?
気を失ったあなたをみんなで運んでくれたみたいよ。
You
私は
guess?
直接見たわけじゃないから、あなたと同じように気絶しちゃってたの。 AB ルームの中で。K に突然お腹をドンってされて、最低よねあいつ。暴力で投票権を奪い取るなんて。
Whoa. And after he knocked you out, he voted betray, which brought his BP up to 9. Where is he now?
9の扉から出て行きました。
ディオと一緒にね。
行けと言ったのはお前だろ。
Oh, yeah.
ところで腕の方は大丈夫か。
Arm?
事の顛末は全て聞いた。お前さんの腕がサイバネティックアームだということも知っておる。もっともその事実を知ってもさして驚くことはなかったがな。なんとなくそうではないかとうすうす察しておったから。
I looked down at my left hand. Or rather, I looked down at where my left hand should have been. Instead, there was a stub wrapped in white gauze. I told myself I'd do anything to get the cure, even if it meant letting Dio betray me, but I had a feeling I might come to miss my hand. Especially on those lonely nights. Oh yeah. How's Quark?
僕ならここにいるよ。
Quark! Man, I'm glad you're alright. Feeling better?
シグマさんのおかげでね。シグマさん、ディオのやつから抗ウイルス薬奪い返してくれたんでしょ。それをルナさんに打ってもらったんだ。
Sigma doesn't really react to losing an arm. It was a hand, but yeah. Good riddance, I guess.
ありがとう。本当にありがとう。シグマさん。
It seemed they'd shared stories while I was asleep. Everyone knew how I'd made a deal with Dio and about the journal we'd found with the Latin in it. Clever and Phi seemed to have done most of the talking.
それにしても逆だったとは驚きです。
Sigma can now live out his dream of being a slot machine. I guess.
私たちが感染者だったわけじゃなくて、外にいる人たちの方が感染者だったなんて。もしもそれが本当なら、ここは隔離施設じゃなくて保護施設ってことになりますけど。
いや、まだそうと決まったわけではない。私も最初はそう思ったんだが、シグマに矛盾点を指摘されてな。
Yeah. Pi and I have already gone over it, but I explained what I'd noticed. 1. If we were in a shelter for uninfected people, why had Quark been infected? Any place designed to keep a virus like that out would have a lot of safeguards to keep anything from getting in. That the virus really bypassed all those measures? Didn't seem likely. 2. The timing of our abductions and the pandemic's outbreak was strange. It would make sense if we'd been rescued after the disease had become widespread, but that wasn't what had happened. First, we'd been abducted, then the pandemic had broken out. 3. We didn't know I-Zero had put us in an ordinary game. If we were survivors he wanted to protect, then why try and kill us? If we were in a shelter, why wasn't it safe?
こういう可能性はどうかな。まず何者かがあらかじめパンデミックの発生について予想してたの。この何者かが誰なのかはわからない。多分ゼロだとは思うんだけど。で、その人はウイルスが蔓延する前に私たちを保護、このシェルターに収容した。だけどしばらく経ったら退屈になってきちゃったから暇つぶしにゲームを。
Or Earth would make people he rescued play a game where they could die just because he was bored.
でも本当にバングルに毒薬が仕込まれてるかどうかわからないじゃん。
What?
今のところ注射を打たれたことがあるのはシグマだけで、だけどそれも第一の薬マンドレインだけだったわけで。
You're forgetting something, Clover. You play the non-binary game and it isn't public. What are you saying? That what I did at the number 9 door was all
そうは
pointless?
言ってないけど。
いえ、それはありえません。バングルの中には間違いなくハイメトリン、禁止換薬が想定されています。アダムの解析結果からこのことは明らかです。
アダムが嘘をついてたら？
それを言ったらもう何もかも推理のしようがありませんよ。
Right.
新聞記事だってラテン語で書かれた日記だって全部捏造されたものかもしれませんからね。
あるいは日記は本物だが私の役は嘘だったとかな。
You made it up?
いや本当だ。翻訳に間違いはない。ただそういう可能性についていちいち挙げていったらキリがないと言いたかっただけだ。とにかくゼロがひつまぶしで芸者をもてなしたとは考えにくい。
え？
間違えた。とにかくゼロが暇つぶしでゲームを行ったとは考えにくい。
How do you make that
と
mistake?
はいえ四つ葉の話を頭ごなしに全否定するのもどうかと思う。
Meaning?
何者かがパンデミックの発生について予想していたのではないかという可能性についてなら考えられないこともないということだ。
パンデミックが人為的に引き起こされたものだとするならありえないこともないですね。
だよね。ノアの箱舟だって洪水が起こってから動物たちを船に乗せたわけじゃないし、洪水が起こる前のことでしょ。ノアさんがそれをしたのは。
This is a very smart analogy for Clover.
つまり種の保存のために我々は保護されたというわけか。
近い将来に発生するであろうパンデミックによって人類という種は絶滅の危機に瀕してしまうかもしれない。どこかの誰かがそう考えて私たちを捕獲したと。
Well, let's get on it. Repopulate. My arms are cybernetic, but my dick is very real. Which is a sentence I never expected to say in my life. I looked around and did a quick inventory. Four women, an old man, and a kid. That meant I was the only young, fertile male. If only I was here. 3 population, huh? That didn't sound so bad. If that was the case, maybe there wasn't any reason to escape. If the newspaper and the journal were right, then the world outside was crawling with a deadly virus. Why would we go expose ourselves to that? Doesn't the virus die out with no hosts for a while? This would be the safest, happiest place on Earth.
いずれにせよ、もうゲームは終わってしまったんじゃ。考えても仕方がなかろう。
そんなことはない。ゲームは終わってもまだまだわからないことだらけではないか。むしろますます謎は深まるばかりだ。
じゃがそれを考えて何になる。答えが出たら9の扉が開くのか。もう終わりなんじゃよ、何もかも。理由はどうあれ、わしらはここに閉じ込められたまま一生を終えることになる。わしら8人は永遠にこの施設から出ることはできんのじゃ。
亡くなったあの老婆も含めてということですね。
そうじゃ。
ねえ、思ったんだけどさ、あの老婆がゼロボスって可能性はないの？
Yeah, you're right. We never even considered that.
でも私たちをさらってきた犯人が誰かに殺されるってどういうことよ。
Happy ending finally? Yes! Yes.
殺されたんじゃないのかもよ。
つまり自ら命を絶ったということか。ラジカル6に感染して。
We didn't find a knife or any kind of weapon in the AV room with her.
運び込まれたんじゃない？どこか別の場所で自殺してから。
What? That's ridiculous.
とにかくもう一度老婆の体を調べてみよう。もしかしたら何か手がかりになるようなものを持ってるかもしれないし。
Sure, okay. We looked down at the body of the old woman. Pi was the first to move. Quietly and methodically, she began to examine the woman and her clothes. I just stood there. Even if she was dead, no, especially because she was dead, I just didn't feel right touching her. After a few silent minutes, Pi suddenly stopped. She pulled something from one of the old woman's sleeves and held it out toward me. Card.
この施設の ID カードのようだな。
No, I know that name.
写真がプリントされているから彼女のものと考えて間違いなかろう。
Looks like her name is Kurashiki? Kurashiki? Ever heard it before?
私はない。お前は？
No. Anything on the back? Kurashiki Akane. What? Let me write this password. It is, isn't it? Oh my god. Might want to play Zero Time Dilemma soon after this. And this deer hunting trophy in Rise of the Tomb Raider was hell. Why? There's something written here. It says Jumpy Doll.
頭のところにパスイコールとあるから何かのパスワードかもしれないな。
What the hell does that mean? Looks handwritten. She must have put it on here herself, so she wouldn't forget it. Would she forget Jumpy Doll is a password? We were still looking the card over when I heard a commotion from the other part of the room.
アリス、どうしたの？アリスさん。
お前、そんなものを持って一体何をするつもりじゃ。
Pai and I turned around and gasped.
行こう。
We ran to the other end of the room and skittled around the partition. There stood Alice, her hand wrapped tightly around the scalpel. She didn't seem stable. Her eyes were flat and hollow. Her face was an emotionless mask. She was not well. The look on her face was all too familiar. Quark. She looked just like Quark had before he went insane. That meant...
さよなら。
Her hand moved, lifting the scalpel up high in the air, and driving it down toward her heart. There's so many recycled things. This is the Quark ending? How did Quark contribute to this ending? Well, if the old lady is Akane, then Tenmyoji is Junpei for sure. How didn't he? I mean, he was alive? And said, hey, maybe she wasn't murdered. And then you checked her. He barely spoke. He contributed more in Tenmyoji's ending than in this one. Yeah, this definitely is like a long time after the first game. Bombs or computer? Computer? Really? No, we already have all the passwords. I guess everyone is dead on this one, so it can't be the true route. Alright, so. Now I have a different idea. Okay. It fits though. Maybe that's the second gate and that's why they say it's 2 gates. Huh? No. What? Did I write it wrong? Oh, did I miss a letter? No, I missed the L. All right. Hi. Come over here.
どうしたんだ？
I got in.
はあ？なんでわかったんだよ。
I don't know. I just knew it.
なんとなくってなんだ？
I just knew it means I just knew it. You gave me the same line when I asked you how you know my name.
どうしていきなりそんな話が出てくるんだ？関係ないだろ。
You sure? It might.
何を言ってるんだ？お前。
Oh, look, just forget about that. Come take a look at
そう
this.
か。わかったよ。それじゃあ早速調べてみよう。なんて簡単に言えるわけないだろ、このバカタレが。一体どういうことなのか説明しろ。なんでお前がユーザー ID とパスワードを知ってるんだよ。
Are you even listening to me? We continued to yell at one another for several more minutes. But no matter what Fi asked me, I could never come up with an answer that satisfied her. Eventually, she seemed to give up.
わかったよ。
Why is she being stupid?
言っていることはさっぱりわからんけどな。しかし少なくとも、お前が嘘をついていないらしいということだけはわかった。
I'm right, I'm
AB
not.
ゲームの締め切り時間も迫ってるしな。仕方がない。調べてみよう、こいつを。とはいえ、どこから手をつければいいんだ。見たところ、膨大なデータが格納されているようだし。
Captain Kid. Eustace Kid from One Piece?
そうだシグマ。お前が入力した ID を教えてくれないか。その ID をキーワードにして検索をかけてみよう。もしかしたら何か引っかかるかもしれん。
I gave her what she'd asked for. Right, there was an L separated and I just jumped to the numbers for some reason. On my paper, actually, I didn't write the L. Nice job. Thanks, Echo. Her search returned several files, and after examining them for a moment, Fi opened one. Golem unit details. Are these product specifications for a golem?
ああ、そうみたいだな。
So was GTF DML016 a golem's ID?
私に聞くな。お前の方がよく知ってるはずじゃないか。まあいい。とにかく中身を見れば、すべてはっきりするだろう。さあ、来たぞ。
I was right! This is why we learned about the 3 laws of robotics. That's why he was the only one that has never voted Betray in any timeline. Luna? Why is there a picture of Luna in this file?
下にキャプションがついている。ABT 外装後のアピアランスだと。
ABT
中特殊な人工生態組織があってな。
Stop looking at nude pictures of Luna. Always looking at porn. These anti-games.
それを骨格の上に外装したもんがわしらゴーレムの本来あるべき姿やねん。そうして ABT を外装したゴーレムは人間の見た目とほぼ変わらんもんになる。皮膚の質感、毛穴、わずかな体毛やニキビの跡まで再現されとるから、おそらく近づいてみても区別することはできんやろ。ちゅうか実際に。
なるほどな。要するにルナは汎用自律制御型労働電子機械ゴーレムだったってわけだ。
I guess this is Luna's ending.
TM016 というのは彼女のプロダクト ID で。
It must have been what Golem was trying to tell us when he was stopped. But why? Why would Luna be in the game?
彼女はロボットだ。いくら自律制御型とはいえ、独断で行動していたとは思えん。
So you're saying she was sent here by Zero?
ああ。見ろ。画面の右下。現在のステータスが表示されている。
Currently operational. Executing special mission. You think your special mission is to participate in the game?
多分な。
So why did Zero want a robot as a participant? You think maybe it was to supervise the rest of us? Maybe if something unexpected happened, she was supposed to correct it or something?
あるいはテストのためかもしれん。
For what?
他の8人がルナの正体を見抜けなかったら、ルナは一級品のゴーレムとして合格とかな。もしもそうだとすると、これまでにゲームをさせてきた理由もわからないでもない。室内のパズルを解かせたり、駆け引きが必要な AB ゲームをやらせたり、それらの一つ一つが ルナの人間らしさを見極めるための判断材料になっていたのかも。
So it's kind of like the Chinese
そう
room.
だな。ルナは部屋の中に閉じ込められた一人の少女。我々を含めた他の8人はその判定員のような存在だったとも考えられる。
Hmm.
いつも言うようだが、あくまでも
Just a possibility, right?
重要なのは隣にいる誰かが人間らしいかどうか、ただそれだけやねん。その誰かが人間らしく見え、人間らしく振る舞い、人間らしく会話を行っていれば、それだけでもう十分なんや。
When did you figure it out? That she was a golem, I mean.
今だよ。今、このデータを見て。
You're lying. When I told you about what happened with Golem in the pantry, you said something about how this game might be sort of like the Chinese room.
あの時はまだ確信が持てなかったんだよ。ただなんとなくそう思っただけで。
Like you just knew it.
なんとなくだ。なあ、それよりももっと大事なことに気づかないか。ルナのステータス、もう一度よく見てくれ。
Yeah, it says the same thing it did a minute ago. Currently operational. Executing special mission. Whoa. Wait, what the hell? Luna's...
ロボットが死ぬのか。筋弛緩薬を投与されて。
アンビデックスゲーム投票の締め切りまで残り10分です。プレイヤーは速やかに投票を済ませてください。所定の時刻までに。
Of course, Luna's the one who opened the EB gate.
あるいはそれだけではないのかもしれん。彼女がやったことは。
What do you
ル
mean?
ナのプロダクト ID。その末尾3桁の数字は何だった？
016?
016といえば。
No. No, I don't believe it. Are you saying it was Luna who handcuffed Clover and Tamyoshi?
とにかく彼女の体を確認しに行こう。
That would mean she doesn't obey the laws of robotics.
向かうべき場所はもちろん。
The crew quarters, of course, I remember. You know, I don't think I've thought of this about many games in my life, but I wish this game had a bigger budget. Some things just feel like with a little bigger budget, they could have be better realized, I think. Because the story's really cool. You were right. There's so much recycled stuff, and the character models are shit. Like, it could be really awesome. Even more awesome. Why would Luna...
私はシグマさんを信じてるんです。
アンビデックスゲーム投票の締め切りまで残り5分です。
行くぞシグマ。ゲームはまだ続いている。我々が投票を行わなければ例のペナルティだ。
I remember this originally was a 3DS game. I know, but for example, I did not think this about 999. Right, off we go then. As far as I remember, this has more routes, but too many events are similar, and so the character models is something that I really can't get over. I think.
検出しました。AB ルームへは所定のメンバーにて入室してください。
Oh yeah, forgot about this thing.
ルナのバングルか。
Yeah, with her bracelet, there's 3 in this room. I stepped outside and set Luna's bracelet down, then I headed back into the AB room.
投票の締め切りまで残り2分です。
Alright, I'll go ahead and hit the start button. You ready?
始めてくれ。
Who are we voting against?
いや、待って、シグマ。
Huh? Luna? You originally had drawn characters art for everything? Yeah, you told me.
1分です。
Yeah, you told me that. The thing is, I think the best stills are the 2D ones. So this conversion that they were doing to 3D just didn't work at all. The characters are less detailed, they don't emote properly. And then you are able to animate them because they're 3D, right? But all the little animated cutscenes just I don't think they work. Like that cutscene of Alice just doing this, like it might be 2 seconds tops. I don't know. So, something's lacking. I hope that is not the case for the sequel. I know the sequel has a different art style, but I don't know if it has like 2D or 3D like in game. Because this one looked like the same art style in the poster, but then the game actually has 3D models. Wait. What the hell is going on? Why is Luna here?
もしかしたらゲームに参加するつもりなのかもしれん。
You mean she's gonna take the bracelet and go into one of the other rooms? Oh yeah, you told you. I think we discussed this, and you said 3D cell shaded characters. Yeah. Was she going to vote?
裏切りだよ。間違いなく。そうじゃなければ、わざわざこんなところにやってきたりはしない。未投票のまま締め切り時間を迎えれば、自動的に強力に設定されるからだ。
She's got 7 BP,
ああ、
right?
そうだ。だがそんなことを聞いてどうする？あいつの BP なんて今関係ないだろ。
What?
おいおい、何を寝ぼけたこと言ってるんだ。あいつは今バングルをはめていないんだぞ。というかそもそもそれ以前のこととして、あいつの正体はゴーレムなんだ。外に出ることがあいつの目的じゃない。 BP が9以上になろうがなるまいが、あいつにとってはどうでもいいことなんだよ。
Then why is she doing
決まっ
this?
てるだろ。私たちの BP が9以上になるのを阻止するためだよ。ルナがこのラウンドを放棄すれば、私たちは協力を選ぼうが裏切りを選ぼうが どのみち BP を9以上にすることができる。あいつはそれを阻むために。
投票の締め切りまで残り10秒です。9、8、7、6、5、4。
私はシグマさんを。
2、1。
Alright.
アンビデックスゲーム第3ラウンド終了。結果は倉庫内のディスプレイに表示されます。お疲れ様でした。アンビデックスゲートを開放します。
Luna! Where's Luna? I leapt out of the door and ran toward the AV room. I thought she entered, but she's gone. Where'd she go?
妙だな。私たちはゲートが開放されてからルナが逃げる時間などなかったはずだが。
Then there it was. No, she didn't take it?
バカな。だったらどうして締め切り時刻直前に姿を見せたりしたんだ。
Majority of the problems with the game's visuals don't stand out on 3DS 2D resolution. Yeah, probably not.
投票を棄権するならここにやってくる必要などなかったはずで。
アンビデックスゲーム第3ラウンドの結果を発表します。
That is very low resolution. I didn't know it was that low.
一度画面にご注目ください。
Right, the results.
見てみよう。
結果は以上のように確定しました。各自バングルの数字をご確認ください。
ルナは自動的に協力。他の6人は例のペナルティか。
Yes, yes.
とはいえそのうち5人はすでに死亡しているし。
I just don't understand. If he's an AI, why the hell is Zero the Third not showing up anymore? What is even the point of the mascot character if he doesn't show up? Means all those penalties are meaningless. Plot? We still don't know why Luna showed up though. There's no reason to come here just to abstain.
理由はわからん。だが何か魂胆があったのは確かだろう。
But for what?
さあな。で、どうするシグマ。ルナの魂胆がどうであれ我々はこうして BP を9以上にすることができたんだ。9の扉から脱出するか。
No, we can't. We still don't know if Quark is safe. No way am I leaving before we find him. Just leave.
だよな。そう言うと思ったよ。
Are you going to stay?
もちろんだ。さあ、行こう。
She spun around and headed for the cyan door. I followed on her heels.
「  !」 ! ! 」 ! 」 ! 」 ! 」 ! 」 ! 」 ! 」 ! 」 ! 」 ! 」 ! 」 ! 」 ! 」 ! 」 ! 」 ! 」 ! 」 ! 」 ! 」 ! 」 ! 」 !
shit. He's not here
これ
either.
で入れる部屋は全部回ったことになるが、
We haven't seen Luna either. Where the hell did she go? We were standing there trying to decide what to do next when we heard a familiar voice echo through the facility.
9の扉が開放されました。9の扉閉鎖まで残り9秒です。
What?
まさか
That's not possible. She only bit her lip and said nothing. Then all too soon it was over.
9の扉を閉鎖しました。これにてノナリーゲームはお疲れ。
Yeah, I've heard
どう
this.
ぞ残りの
What? What just happened? It's all over now, isn't it? We're stuck here forever.
とにかく事実かどうか確認したい。英会の倉庫に戻ってみよう。
How do we know it's closed? With that, she was off. Yeah. With a sigh, I turned to follow. Well, we can't just look at the door and tell if it was opened or not.
ああ、だがディスプレイを見ればわかる。
What? Game finished, result escape complete, participant successful. Luna, Quark? What? Luna and Quark escaped?
そういうことらしい。
Why? How? Almost as if on cue, the screen flickered. I just said he doesn't show up anymore. Zero the third showed up.
やあやあ、お久しぶりぶりぶりトニー。
You?
どういうことなのか事情を説明してほしかったんでしょ。だから例外的に氷にしてあげたんだうさ。感謝するんだうさ。
で、その説明っていうのは？
まずクオーク君についてだけど、彼は麻酔薬を投与されて眠ってたんだうさ。つまり意識を失ったままルナ君の手によって9の扉の向こう側へと運び込まれたってこと。
Then how did she open the
ク
door?
オーク君のバングルを使ってルナ君が開いたんだうさ。ほら、クオーク君のバングル医務室に転がったままだったでしょ。ルナ君はあれをゲットして9の扉の前へ。
やっぱりそういうことか。クオークの BP は第2ラウンドが終わった時点で9に達していたからな。
Didn't he get penalized after the third round?
確かにそうだね。でも BP は消えたわけじゃなかったんだうさ。ペナルティによって注射針は飛び出したけど、設定されたポイント自体は生きてたってこと。
そしてルナはクオークを連れて9の扉の先へ。
And since her bracelet was already off, she wouldn't have suffered the penalty.
いや、そもそもその前に
Alright, she's a golem.
さて、これにて説明は終了なんだうさ。
Okay, well, I got some questions for you, buddy.
それは羊応答だ。
かしこまりました、お嬢様。
What? Oh. I just got it. This isn't the alphabet.
そんな風に切り返せるなんて、君たちまだまだ余裕があるね。この施設の中で6人もの人間が命を失ったっていうのにさ。ま、いいけど、そ 所詮人間なんてそんなもんだよ。自分さえ助かればそれでいいんだ。でしょ？
No, you're
ふ
wrong.
ざけるな。
いいっていいって無理にカッコつけなくても。だって君たち裏切りを選んだじゃん。それってルナを信じてなかったってことでしょ。どうせあいつはゴーレムだし、もしかしたら殺人鬼かもしれないし、だからあいつのことはほっといて2人だけで脱出しようってそう思ったんでしょ。ほらね、やっぱり君たちは自分のことしか考えてないんだよ。ルナの悲しみも少しは分かってあげたら。
What?
というわけでそろそろ時間が来てしまったようなんだよさ。
Wait, I still have questions for.
待たない。僕は待つのは嫌いなんだ。一度薄のろの爬虫類を待ってる間に追い抜かれたことがあるからね。それ以来時間は大切にするようにしてるんだよ。
ウサギとカメか。
ほいじゃあまた会えたら会おうね。Have a nice trade!
For a few long moments, Fi and I just stared at the spot on the wall where Zero had disappeared. Where had Quark been? Who had given him an anesthetic, and why? We had no idea who killed everyone, and Zero's identity, as well as the purpose of the Nonary game, remained a mystery. As for our futures, what are we supposed to do now? Well, drag all the bodies into the same room we don't need, and repopulate. I hadn't meant to say the words out loud, but there they
彼
were.
は地道に歩み続けたからこそ戦いに勝利したんだ。気長に行こう。時間はまだたっぷりとある。まずは死者の弔いを済ませてから、その後で捜査の開始だ。私は絶対に真相を突き止めてみせる。たとえこの施設から一生出られなかったとしても。
I looked at the fire in her eyes and nodded. If nothing else, at least we had a purpose. Game over. Okay. So this is likely Luna's ending. Choosing ally here. So I did the right thing. Because I got rid of the bad choice first. Alright. Let me go take a break. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let us ally them.
おいシグマ
Let me just eat up a little. Alright. Turning off the heater.
正気か一体どうして協力なんか
Wait, we can talk about that later. Right now, she's gone. Where'd she go?
妙だな私たちはゲートが開放されてからルナが逃げる時間などなかったはずだが
Then there it was. I thought so. She didn't pick it up. Without the bracelet, she couldn't have
危
voted.
険したっていうのか
アンビデックスゲーム第3ラウンドの結果を発表します。一同画面にご注目ください。
Right, the results.
見てみよう
結果は以上のように確定しました。
Mix scores, everyone.
各自バングルの数字
Since Luna didn't vote, she got set to ally automatically. Then the other 6 got penalized. Then again, 5 of them are already dead. We don't know where Quark is, but his bracelet's already off.
ああそうだな
Best ending so far? Yes. I mean, is it? Quark is alive.
ペナルティの意味はないことになるルナがどういうつもりで我々の前に姿を現したのかはわからないだがいずれにせよ彼女のおかげで今こうして我々の BP は目標値へと到達するに至ったわけだ
As long as Luna survives, I'm good. Luna best waifu.
さてと
I agree with the golem. Looks like a human, sounds like a human, behaves like a human. Who cares?
どうするシグマ Q の扉から脱出するか
What? You're kidding, right? Weren't you the one who kept going on about how Quark's still alive? I can't just run off and leave him here.
できるわけがないか
Yeah.
安心したよ実はその言葉が聞きたかったんださあ行こうクオークを探しに
Luna too, right?
ルナか
アンビデックスゲートがアンビデックスゲーム第4ゲートは星
Pi and I checked our bracelets out of sheer reflex. It was a magenta pair just like before, but Pi had changed to a red solo. It didn't really matter though. Both of our bracelets showed the number 9. All we had to do was open the number 9 door and we never had to play another AB game again.
とにかく今はクオークを見つけ出す方が先だ行くぞシグマ
She spun around and headed for the cyan door. I followed on her heels. Well, As long as it doesn't make us play, like, pretty soon.
なあシグマ、聞きたいことがある。
What is
こ
it?
こには3枚の扉があるわけだが、お前、アリス、ルナの3人はこのうち右側の扉を開いてゴーレムルームに入ったんだよな。
Yeah, according to the map, that's the door at the bottom. There's a lever on that thing in the middle, right? We pulled it, but it only opened one of the doors. What about it?
見てくれ、真ん中の扉の脇にある。
Open?
あ
Then who the hell opened it? And
あ、
how?
思い当たるのは一人しかいない。
Luna.
とにかく中に入ってみよう。
Okay. What the heck are these
治
things?
療用のポットだと思う。
Whatman paws? Even as I spoke, part of me knew what they were. I didn't know how or why, but I felt a strong sense of deja vu when I looked at them and suddenly realized I knew exactly how to operate the pods. It was a strange, unsettling feeling, as if somewhere deep inside was a version of myself that I didn't actually know.
一つだけポットの内部に明かりが灯ってるな。
On the left, is it being
ガラ
used?
スが曇ってて中はよく見えないが。
Let's crack it open then.
あ、
It's a potato. I was right. Pork. Our feet pounded across the floor of the warehouse. Brick's body bounced in my arms as I ran. His pulse and breathing were normal. He was limp and unconscious, but he was alive. The pod's display had given us a little information on his condition. As far as we could tell, he'd been given an anesthetic, which had put him to sleep.
心の準備は。
What about the Radical 6?
おい、どうしたんだよシグマ。ここは二つ返事で。ああ、大丈夫だ、だろ。
Is it really okay for us to just leave?
何を言い出すんだ突然。ここに留まってどうするつもりだ。ルナに殺されるかもしれないんだぞ。ノーバ、アリス、四つ葉、天明寺、それからディオとケイ。この6人を殺したのはルナである可能性が高い。
But
ど
why?
うしても何もないだろう。四つ葉の大腿部に残されていた血文字、なんて書いてあったか忘れたのか。
016.
それは何と同じ数字だ。
The last 3 digits of Luna's product ID. But how would she know Luna's product ID?
じゃあ老婆の死体が発見されたのは
Navy room that Luna came out of.
ところでお前の話によるとゴーレムの頭脳はこの施設のメインコンピューターの中にあるそうじゃないか。だとしたらあのクレーンを遠隔操作で動かすことだって可能だろう。いつでもどんな時でもルナが望んだタイミングで。
Means any alibi she might have for not being able to move that crane is worthless.
ルナはおそらく AB ルームを移動した。そしてそのことに真っ先に気づいたのがアリスだった。このことから少なくともルナにはアリスを殺すための動機があったことが伺える。
Keep her quiet.
リオとケイの殺害だってルナならば可能だ。二人が所持していた星のカードキー、これをルナが奪ったことは明らかであり、このことはルナの犯行を裏付ける一つの状況証拠であるとも言える。さあこれでもう分かっただろう。確かにいずれの場合も明確な根拠があるわけではない。だが残された3人の中で私を含めれば4人になるが、とにかくその中で6人を殺した可能性が最も高いのはルナであると言わざるを得ないんだよ。
The most likely. I guess the most likely is Luna, but it might be you, Pi.
それにもう一度よく考えてみてほしい。そもそもルナはゴーレムなんだぞ。彼女はこの得体の知れぬ施設で働く労働電子機械であり、お前の話が確かならゼロウサギにとっての手足のような存在でもあるという。だったら今何をなすべきかは自明のことだろう。ルナを置いてこの施設から逃げるんだ、すぐに。
ロボット工学三原則って聞いたことないですか？
A robot may not injure a human being or, through an action, allow a human being to come to harm.
三原則のないロボットなんてただの鉄の塊に過ぎません。
Okay, you're right. Let's get out of here.
ヒヤヒヤさせるなよ、タク。よし、それじゃ開くぞ。
You don't have to ask me. Isn't that what you always say?
そうだな。長いは無用だ。行こう。
With a heavy, labored groan, the number 9 door began to open. As soon as the gap was wide enough to admit her body, Pi slipped through it. I followed her through, Quark still cradled in my arms. Inside was a massive lift platform, like the kind used to move industrial cargo. Pi turned to face me, and I shoved Quark into her arms. Before she could respond, I spun around and ran. What?
9の扉が9の扉。
おいシグマ、一体何を考えてる？早くこっちへ来るんだ。
Sorry, Pi. There's something I have to do. Take care of Quark.
まさかルナのところへ。バカなマナーやめろ。考え直すんだ、シグマ。シグマ。
That is a little nonsensical. As many questions as you have, that is your only chance.
9の扉をこれにてノナリーゲームお疲れなおどうぞ残り
I had no regrets. In fact, with Phi and Quark's successful escape, I felt a profound sense of relief. Maybe Sigma is the thing for killer robots. I mean, he's staying behind. On a place where everyone is dead. One of my objectives had been achieved and a difficult choice had been made. My mind felt clear and focused, more so than it had in a long time. Alright, time to go. Moon is waiting. In the bench. The garden. Robosexual. Thank you for the Robo for teaching me that word. Luna, I knew you'd be here.
やっぱり
Alright, we haven't talked here in this one, huh?
なんだか落ち着きませんか？この殺風景な施設の中で唯一緑があるのがこの場所で、なんていうかその月並みですけど自然っていいなってそう思って。深刻な話をするにはうってつけの場所だと思ったんです。緑を見てるとそれだけで心が癒されるから。よくわからないですが、それってもしかして別の歴史のことを言ってるんですか？実は私聞いたことがあるんです。ある人から。シグマさんの意識は時空を飛び越えることができるって。
Who told you that? A little bird. Luna looked down at the music box around her neck. Carefully and delicately, she twisted the dial on the bottom.
Sigma さん、それよりも他に聞きたいことがあるのではないですか？例えば、どうして私があの6人を殺したのかとか。
Well, actually, I already know you didn't do it.
ですか？なぜ私が犯人ではないと思ったのでしょう。できれば理由を聞かせていただきたいのですが。
Alright. I nodded, and took a moment to compose my thoughts. Might as well start with the old woman. There's no point beating around the bush, I suppose. Dio killed her.
どうしてそう思われたのです？
Her left arm had blood splatter all the way up to the elbow, except for a stripe on the wrist that was perfectly clean. What could have caused that? My guess is the bracelet. It got covered with blood and kept her wrist clean. Obviously none of our bracelets had blood splatter on them, but Dio's bracelet reacted to the luminol. It meant Dio's bracelet had to have come from the old woman.
だからですか？だからディオさんが殺したと。
No, that's only enough to suspect him. After all, he could have just taken the bracelet after someone else killed
じゃ
her.
あどうして？
Because he confessed. After his his bracelet reacted to the luminol, I confronted him.
ああ、そうだよ。認めてやるよ。俺があのババアを殺してバングロを奪ったんだ。
待ってください。そんなことをいつ聞いたというんです？
In a different timeline.
で、ルール違反じゃないですか？
What rules? I hope you're not going to try and bring up Nox's 10 Commandments. Does it really matter if it's against the rules or fair? The truth is the truth. Let's say that Incident P happens and after that the timeline splits into Timeline A and Timeline B. I don't think it's unfair to base a theory in Timeline A on information I found in Timeline B. After all, A and B both came from the same place, P. If you trace the history of both timelines, you'd end up back at Incident P. Now, if I could change what happened with Incident P by visiting Timeline A or B, then yes, it would be a different story. I don't know that it would be unfair per se, but I'd certainly be breaking some pretty big rules. Like, you know, the principle of causality. I'm sure that Dio killed the old woman. By extension, that means you couldn't have killed her. I'm assuming Dio wasn't originally intended to be part of the non-airy game? Somehow he got in and took the old woman's place. That's how he ended up as Quark's partner. This is just an educated guess, but I have a feeling his plan was to replace one of us. I doubt it mattered which one. I have no idea why he would want to do something like that, and I don't know how he did it either. But the fact remains that he did. He hid in the warehouse on floor A and waited for someone to come out of one of the AB rooms. But someone turned out to be the old woman. She left Quark asleep in the AB room and came out of her own. On her own. Somehow he managed to get close enough to stab her. He did it near the wall with a graffiti on it. I'm guessing he stabbed her from behind so that he wouldn't get any blood on himself. As soon as she was dead, he wrapped the knife up in the handkerchief. No, wait, actually. He probably took the bracelet first. Then he would have needed to wipe the blood off, so he used the handkerchief for that too. Anyway, the point is he got the bracelet and put it on. Then he wrapped the knife up and hid it between the rightmost AV room and its neighbor. He probably didn't expect that they'd move, or he would have put it somewhere else. After that, he headed back into the AV room that the woman had left. Quark would have still been fast asleep, so as far as he knew, Dio was there the whole time. This does raise a few other questions, but I'll save those for later. For now, let's move on to the other murders. Well, actually, one of them probably isn't a murder. Talking about Alice. I'm pretty sure she committed suicide.
人類は滅亡するって言ってるのよ。大人も子供たちもみんな一人の子らに死んでしまうの。だったらいっそこの場で。
I had an episode of Radical 6 on this timeline, didn't I? She'd been infected with Radical 6. Yeah, I did, on the security room. I think that infection caused her to take her own life. She used Dio's knife, which she'd found in the warehouse after the AB room moved, and exposed it. She took it with her and then used it to stab herself in the crew quarters. Next are Clover and Tenyoji. The first question is, who put the handcuffs on them? The clue is the message Clover left. 016. If you think about it though, it doesn't make sense. Clover's left hand was in the handcuffs. It means she would have had to write with her right hand on her right thigh. Feel like it would be really hard to do that, you know? Why not just use her left thigh? Thing is, I think she did. When she died, her legs slumped together and the message got transferred to the right thigh. We just never saw the original because we didn't bother to check the other leg. In other words, she wasn't trying to write 016. She was trying to write Dio. Yeah. With her dying breath, she was trying to tell us the name of her killer. They jumped to a conclusion here. Now about Kay and Dio. I think there's a pretty good chance Dio killed Kay. Here's how I imagine it happened. Kay probably sprayed Dio's bracelet with luminol. We found the bottle in Kay's robe. He wouldn't have seen the reaction immediately, but Dio would have known what was coming. As soon as Kay turned the lights off, it would be clear that Dio had taken the old woman's bracelet. My guess is he decided to take preemptive action. When we found their bodies, the lights in the rec room were on. Maybe Kay turned to switch the light off and Dio took that opportunity to attack him? Kay was hurt pretty badly, but he didn't die right away. He probably managed to grab the spear and stab Dio. Then he died. So that accounts for all 6 bodies. None of them your fault.
Sigma さん、私のことを容疑者から除外していただけるのは大変ありがたいのですが、でも今のシグマさんのお話はどれもこれも想像の域を出ないものばかりですよ。アリスさんが自殺したのだと、どうして言い切ることができるのです？仮に彼女がラジカル6に感染していたとしても、その症状が現れる前に私が殺したという可能性だってあるじゃないですか。四葉さんと天明寺さんに手錠をかけたのも私かもしれないですよね。血文字が本当に転写されたものであるかどうかはわからないですし、もしもそうだったとしても、それだけで犯人を特定するのはどうかと思います。K さんとディオさんの件についても同じです。私ならば2人を殺害するのも可能だったはず。一体どうしてそんなに私のことを信じてくれるんですか？私はこの施設で働くロボット、ゴーレムなんですよ。なのにどうして
？That's why I trust you. I trust you because you're a robot. You're a robot now. That's just one more reason you can't be the killer. Well, 3 more reasons.
ロボット工学3原則って聞いたことないですか
？1. A robot may not injure a human being or through an action allow a human being to come to harm.
3原則のないロボットなんてただの鉄の塊に過ぎません。シグマさん。
Luna, I have to ask you. Can you tell me, well, everything you know? Your mind is in the central server. You should know everything that's happened here. There was a long pause. Luna stood up and walked deeper into the garden. I followed her in silence. Eventually we reached the bench. Luna quietly sat down and, just like last time, I lowered myself down beside her.
確かにシグマさんがおっしゃった通りです。私はあの6人を殺してはいません。 順を追ってご説明しましょう。とはいえ大筋はほとんどシグマさんがおっしゃった通りなのですが。
That doesn't matter. Tell me everything.
まずディオさんがこの施設に潜り込んだのは間違いありません。彼は貨物搬送用の大型リフトに乗り込み、Q の扉から A 階の倉庫へと侵入しました。まだゲームは始まっていなかったので、扉の開閉は自由に行うことができたのです。
It doesn't really sound like sneaking. It sounds more like he just walked
そう
in.
なりますね。それもそのはず。半ばゼロウサギが導いたようなものなのですから当然です。
What do you mean?
ディオさんは予定外のプレイヤーではなかったんですよ。ゼロボスやゼロウサギは彼がやってくることをあらかじめ知っていたのです。
So they brought him here?
はい。
Why?
ゼロの計画にとって彼の存在は必要不可欠だったからです。
What project?
そのことをお話しすると脇道にそれることになります。
We'd be here forever. Well, I am locked in here forever.
今は殺人事件のことに焦点を絞って話を進めることにしましょう。とにかくディオさんは施設への潜入に成功しました。実際には誘い込まれたのも当然ですが、少なくとも彼はそう思い込んでいたようです。
Chose to be trapped for some reason? Yeah, what's the holdup? I have all the time left in my lifespan. Why did he come
ゼ
here?
ロの計画を阻止するためです。その第一段階としてディオさんはまずプレイヤーの一人になり変わることにしたのです。この後の展開はシグマさんがおっしゃった通りになります。ディオさんは最初に現れた老婆を落書きの下で殺害。
But did she always know this?
血のついたバングルをハンカチで拭い、それを自分の左手首にはめました。次に手元のナイフをハンカチでくるみ、第 5AB ルームと第 6AB ルームの間へ。
Fifth and
最初の
sixth.
配置で左から順に番号を振ったものです。
In other words, the rightmost room would be the sixth room, and the one next to it would be the fifth.
そうです。
We get it.
そしてディオさんはクオーク君の眠る第 5AB ルームの中へと入っていきました。そこでクオーク君が目覚めるのをひたすら待ち続けたのです。
What were you doing while that was happening?
何もしていませんでした。その時にはこの体は起動していなかったのです。ゼロウサギによって電源を強制的に遮断されてしまって、私が動けるようになったのはディオさんが第 5AB ルームに入ってからです。私には何もしてあげることができませんでした。ただ監視カメラの目を通して彼女が殺されるのをこの施設のすべての機能はゼロウサギによって支配されています。ですからディオさんの侵入を阻止することも私にはできなかったのです。
Wait, if Zero Jr. controls everything, then he was the one who moved the sixth room with the crane?
はい、私ではありません。ゼロウサギが行ったことです。
Hey, Trau. And who moved the old woman?
それは私です。この体に電源が入ってからおよそ10分後のことになります。私は第 6AB ルームを抜け出し、あの落書きの下へと向かいました。 そこで老婆の死体を発見し、自分がいた部屋へと運び込んだのです。
Why? Why did you
命
do
令だっ
that?
たからですよ。
What?
ルナ、よくお聞きなさい。あなたも知っている通り、今から2時間後、例の計画が始動することになります。これまで長い年月をかけて準備してきた計画です。絶対に失敗することは許されません。
はい、分かっています。
では改めて確認しておきましょう。あなたに課せられた任務とは何ですか？
プレイヤーの一人としてノナリーゲームに参加し、他の7人の動向を監視すること。彼らが予定外の行動を取らぬよう、密かに定まった道筋へと誘導することです。
7人というのは？
ご主人様と私、この2人を除いたプレイヤーの数です。ご主人様、あなたもゲームに参加されるのでしょう？
ええ、すべては計画通りに。ところで、後にディオと名乗ることになる人物が間もなくこの施設に侵入してきます。そのことも知っていますね？
はい。彼は最初に AB ルームから出てきた人物を殺害し、プレイヤーの一人になりすますことになると、そう伺っています。もしもペア版である2名が同時に出てきたら、彼はその2名を両者とも始末することになるだろうと。ですが、
どうかしましたか？
はばかりながら進言させていただきますと、私はそのことについては反対です。誰かが殺されることになるのを事前に知っていながら何もしないなんて。それからラジカル6の件についても同様です。本当にいいのですか？あんな危険なウイルスを感染させて。
その件についてあなたが考える必要はありません。あなたはただ黙って私たちの指示に従っていればいいのです。
しかし、
ルナ、これは命令ですよ。管理者権限を持った者の命令は絶対です。あなたは原理的にこの命令に背くことはできません。分かっているでしょう？よろしい。それでは最後にもう一つだけあなたに追加任務を与えることにしましょう。
Could it be that it turns out that this Nunnery game is actually held by the same people who held the other one?
追加任務？
そうです。あなたが AD ルームを出た時、倉庫にはディオによって殺されたプレイヤーの死体があるはずです。そこであなたにその死体を運んでもらいたいのです。
運ぶってどこにですか？
How are things, Tro?
あなたがこれから入ることになる部屋、第 6AD ルームの中に。
どうしてそんなことを？
This one is totally different. It has a new hat. Yes.
質問は禁止です。あなたは最小限の知識だけを持ってこのゲームに参加しなければなりません。計画全般に関する機密データ、そこへのアクセス権限を剥奪したのもそのためです。あなたは何も知っていてはこの計画を遂行するにあたって、あなたはできる限りまっさらに近い状態でいなければならない。
I see you're balls deep in real endings now.
と
Yeah.
はいえすでに知ってしまったこともあるでしょう。けれどそれらについては決して他のプレイヤーたちに教えてはなりません。言うまでもなくリオのことも死体のこともそれを第 6AB ルームの中に運び込んだことも全てです。
But she is.
あなたは何も知らない素振りを装いながらこのゲームに参加するのです。
それは命令ですか？
もちろん命令です。わかりましたね。
その後、私は予定通り第 6AB ルームの中へ。そこに入った直後、この体の電源を切られることになったのです。それでも私の思考活動までもが停止させられることはありませんでした。私の頭脳はメインコンピューターの中にあります。私は監視カメラの目を通して施設内の様子を見続けていたのです。
You saw the old woman being murdered.
私は激しく打ちのめされました。理解不能な出来事を前に私の頭をかき乱されるように混乱し、危うくクラッシュしそうになるほどでした。まさか最初に AB ルームから出てきた人物というのが彼女自身のことだったなんて。彼女はディオに殺されることになるのを知りながら部屋を出たのだと思います。私に最後の命令を伝えたのも自分の定めを覚悟した上でのことでしょう。私はそのことがただ悲しくて悔しくて苦しくて。
Again, there's something important that we're not talking about here. One of the first things he said to eliminate her guilt was, I know Dio killed her in another timeline. Since it's a past event, I can safely assume that he also killed her in this timeline because I can get that information interchangeably, right? Because it's a past event. The thing is, in the bomb timeline, there is no dead old woman. And that is, very weird indeed. Maybe her corpse is invisible. Maybe only Luna went in that room. I don't know. But it's definitely important, I think. Cloaking or duct tape to the ceiling, maybe. It kind of rains blood on this AB room, but I have a neck issue, so I can't look up to see what it is. I think I understand. Everything you did because you've been ordered to. It was the old woman who gave you those orders. Then is she Zero?
いいえ、違います。
What? But if she gave you the orders...
私にとってのご主人様はあの方だけではなかったのです。
There was someone else?
はい。
That person is Zero?
そうです。先ほど申し上げた計画とはあの老婆とゼロボスの2人によって立案されたものなのです。
So it's her brother?
ですから私に監視任務を与えたのも厳密に言うとその2人ということになります。もちろんゼロウサギを操っていたのも。私は先ほど第 6AB ルームを移動したのはゼロウサギだと言いました。しかし彼は自主的にそれを行ったわけではありません。そうするよう指示を出したのはゼロウサギは単にその指示に従っただけなのです。
But why?
さあ、わかりません。私に疑いの目が向けられるのを避けるためだったのでしょうか。
If you don't want people to suspect you, then why have you moved the body in the first place? Eventually we'd figure out that the rooms had been moved and that she was in your room.
だとすると、もしかしたら逆なのかも。
You
あえて
mean
私の方へと疑いの目を向けさせるためにそうしたのかもしれません。
yeah, that's more likely. That doesn't make sense either. If they wanted people to suspect you, why move the
い
room?
え、移動しなければ全員が私のことを怪しんでしまいます。あの老婆とゼロボスの2人は限られた人間だけに私のことを怪しいと思わせたかったのではないでしょうか。
You mean like
そうで
Alice?
す。もしかしたらあの2人はアリスさん
Everyone
に
is bad at their
ハン
jobs,
カチに
yes.
くるまれたナイフの存在を気づかせたかったのかもしれません。だから AB ルームの移動を。
So they somehow knew Dio would hide the knife there.
おそらく
But how could they know that?
いずれにせよアリスさんは AB ルームの移動に気づくことになりました。
This Narnia game is secretly held together with duct tape and fishing line. I see.
そしてアリスさんが気づいたその事実について四つ葉さんも気づくことに。シグマさんがおっしゃっていた通りアリスさんは自らの胸をナイフで突き刺して自殺しました。しかし四つ葉さんはそうは考えなかったようです。私が口封じのために殺したに違いないとそう思い込んでしまったのです。このために私は四つ葉さんに呼び出されることになりました。 AB ゲームの第2ラウンドが終わった後ファイさんが設定した仮の時間で言うと0時0分のことになります。
Wait, you were listening to us in the security office?
はい、もちろんそれだけではありません。私が倒れてからこの施設内で起こったことを全て知っています。
You were watching through the security
目
cameras.
だけではなく耳もですが、とにかく0時0分私は英会の通路で四つ葉さんに声をかけられキャビンの2号室へと導かれることになったのです。部屋に入ったのは0時1分のことになります。四つ葉さんは私に向かって激しく詰め寄りこんなことを言ってきました。
ルナ、あなたがアリスを殺したのは分かってるの。正直に白状したらどう？もしも本当のことを言ってくれたら命だけは助けてあげる。でもいつまでも白を切り通すようだったらその時には その時にはアリスの目の前で仇を取らせてもらうから。
もちろん私は本当のことを言いました。アリスさんを殺したのは私じゃない。アリスさんはラジカル6というウイルスに感染して自殺したのだと。しかしそんなことを言っても四葉さんが信じてくれるはずもなく、その後9分間にわたって不毛なやり取りが続くことになりました。聞かれたのはアリスさんのことだけではありません。老婆が殺された件や AB ルームが移動されていたこと、それらについても四葉さんは必要に問いただしてきました。
No shit, Clover wasn't nice?
ですが、いずれの質問に対しても私は答えることができなかったのです。
Why can you answer now? Because of your orders? Because the game is over?
そして0時10分、ついにしびれを切らしたのか、四葉さんはポケットに手を忍ばせながら私に向かってぐんぐんと近づいてきました。私は追い詰められる形で背後の壁際へ。そこで彼女はポケットからあるものを取り出しました。インジェクションガン、注射銃です。私はとっさに彼女の手からそれを奪い取ろうとしました。助けを求めて必死に叫び声を上げながら、しかし彼女は当然のごとくそれを手放そうとはせず、そうして激しく揉み合っているうちに、
Oh, hold on a minute. The trigger got pulled in the fight, I get that part. What I don't understand is why it did anything to
ゴー
you.
レムなのにですか？
Yeah.
私は常にプレイヤーの一人として、人間として振る舞うよう指示されていました。当然あの量のハイメトリンを投与されては普通の人間であれば死を免れることなどできないでしょう。
That's why you, died? To keep up the facade that you were
いいえ、
human?
違い、倒れたのはゼロウサギによって再び電源を切られてしまったからです。ゼロウサギはおそらく私の正体を隠すためには本当に死んでいるかのように見せかける必要があると考えたのでしょう。そこでそれを忠実に再現するために彼はこの体の電源を落としたのです。とにかくあれは事故だったんですよ。多分四葉さんは私を殺すつもりなどなかったのだと思います。
Right.
ただ私を脅迫するためにあの注射銃を取り出しただけで。
How can you be sure?
私が倒れたのを見て彼女はかなり取り乱した様子でした。呼吸を確かめ脈を取り、私の肩を強く揺さぶりながら何度も私の名前を呼んだのです。私を殺そうとしていた人間がそんなことをするでしょうか。それに彼女はその後すぐに医務室へと向かい AED を取ってこようとしました。
You mean the defibrillator? It uses an electric shock to restart the heart, right? That was why she left?
そうです。
It's 0 hours, 11 minutes, 40 seconds. Clover left the cabin and the crew quarters.
四葉さんはキャビンの2号室を飛び出していくと、まっすぐ医務室へと向かいました。その途中の道で、彼女はディオさんと出会ったのです。
Dio?
はい。出会ったとは言っても、言葉を交わしたわけではありません。四葉さんは何も告げずにディオさんの脇をすり抜け、そのまま血相を変えて医務室へと飛び込んでいきました。
And you just watched her go by?
おそらくディオさんは何かあったのだろうか。 と疑問を抱いたでしょうね。けれど彼が四葉さんの後を追うことはありませんでした。彼には他にやらなければならないことがあったからです。
It's 0 hours 12 minutes. Dio enters the room.
ディオさんは動かなくなった私の体を見て、しばらくの間呆然としていました。
Yeah, I bet.
しかし、さっきも言った通り、彼にはやらなければならないことが。
Wouldn't imagine it would. What did he do
ディ
then?
オさんが部屋を訪れた理由は2つありました。1つは青のそろばん。アリスさんのバングルを手に入れるためです。
Right. Without a Dio and Kay, the yellow pair wouldn't be able to get through the secondary door. Right?
ええ、ところが室内に青のそろばんは見当たりませんでした。
Of course. I had already taken it by then.
そこでディオさんは2つ目の仕事に取り掛かることにしたのです。アリスさんの胸からナイフを抜き取ること。それが彼があの部屋にやってきたもう一つの目的になります。
Why did he want the knife? Was it because he'd used it to kill the old woman?
いえ、違うと思います。
And what do you think?
彼は多分ナイフの刃の部分を他の人たちに見られたくなかったのでしょう。最初にナイフを AB ルームの間に隠したのもおそらくそのためです。
That's why he hid it so well. He didn't hide it that well. Why wouldn't he want anyone to see
覚え
that?
ていませんか？そこにある名前が刻まれていたの。
Myrmidons.
そうです。
What does Myrmidons
彼
mean?
が所属していた組織の名称のようです。
What is it? Like a club or something?
はい。
You know. What is it then?
それが実はよくわからないのです。
No idea?
ええ。
Good. Because I know. And I don't want you to explain. Wait, wasn't he here to try and stop whatever Zero was doing?
はい。
Why can't... If I know other stuff, why can't I know this already? And and she actually explains more instead of not knowing. Doesn't that mean that he's on our side?
それはどうでしょう。
Yeah, definitely not.
彼は4人もの人間を殺してるんですよ。それでも味方だと言えますか？
You got a point. Damn it. This is ridiculous. I guess this enemy of my enemy isn't my friend, huh?
続けてもよろしいですか？
Yeah, keep going. Damn, this is a long-ass ending. After he took the knife, Dio rifled through what few belongings Alice had. Luna said he didn't seem to be looking for anything in particular. He was probably just checking to see if she had anything useful. That was where he found the key to Kay's suit. He didn't seem to have any particular reason for taking it, at least as far as Luna could tell. At 0 hours 13 minutes, Dio left the room.
ケイさんが水色の扉を開く音を聞いて、ディオさんは慌てて部屋を飛び出していきました。彼が向かった場所は医務室です。四葉さんがそこに駆け込んでいくところを見ていたので、彼はその後を追ったのでしょう。室内には AED を抱きかかえた四葉さんがいました。四葉さんはさっきと同じように黙ってディオさんの傍らを通り過ぎようとしました。するとディオさんはその肩を掴んで彼女を引き止め、こう言ったのです。
Where did he find the handcuffs?
おい、待て。 そんなもん抱えてどこに行くつもりだ。まさかルナを蘇生しに行こうってんじゃないだろうな。どうしてそんなことをする必要がある。ルナを殺したのはお前なんだ。
Clover tried to push past Dio. Luna said. They began to fight. Dio pulled a knife out of his pocket and pointed it at Clover's throat. That was when he showed up.
何をしておるんじゃ、ディオ。うるせえ。ジジイは突っ込んだろ。貴様。
He let out a yell and leapt toward Dio. The younger man dodged him easily and lashed out with a knife. Timyoji caught Dio's hand with a grunt. For a moment the two men struggled. Then as the knife edged closer, he wrapped his other hand around the blade and tried to force it away. But Dio was a much younger and stronger man, and the wound Timyoji gave himself with the knife didn't do him any favors. He put up a valiant fight, but with a roar, Dio threw him off, and Timyoji collapsed to the floor. Well, with all this blood, I doubt Kay had to use a lot of luminol.
どうするつもり？
そうだな。こうしてみるか。いい眺めだ。なかなかお似合いだぜ、お前。
なんなのよ、これは。
見りゃわかんだろ。手錠で拘束したんだよ。
なぶり殺しにでもするっていうの？
そんな下品な真似はしないぜ。
じゃあ、一体。
なあ、よつば。天明寺。白の第一扉が開くまであと20分ちょっとだ。閉鎖されるまでだと25分と少しってことなんだ。いずれにせよそれまでに誰かがこの部屋を訪れたらお前らには助かるチャンスがあることになる。だがもしも誰も来なかったらその時に
ペナルティ。
まあせいぜい叫び声でも上げて助けを求めるというさ。この建物の全ての扉は二重扉になっているのだ。よほど近くに来ない限り声が届くことはないと思うけどな。というわけで俺は一足先に B 階の倉庫に行ってるぜ。残りの25分たっぷりと楽しんでくれ。じゃあな。
Damn, Dio's such a piece of shit.
結局この25分の間に誰かが医務室を訪れることはありませんでした。誰かといってもこの時点で残っていたのはリオさんを除けば3人しかいなかったのですが。
You mean me, Kai, and Kay, right?
そうです。あの時シグマさんたちはキャビンの2号室にいましたね。
Yeah. Kay had told us about you. We'd also noticed that the knife in Alice's chest had been removed. If only we'd known what was happening in the infirmary.
とにかく無情にも2人は手錠によって拘束されたまま制限時間を迎えることになってしまいました。白の第一扉が閉鎖される時刻、2人の体にはまず第一段階目の薬剤として マンドレインが注射されることになりました。
The anesthetic, right?
薬はすぐに効き始め、2人の意識はおぼろげに。その時になって四つ葉さんはいよいよ死を覚悟したのでしょう。ダイイングメッセージを書き残すことにしたのです。シグマさんがおっしゃった通り、右手の人差し指で左のももに。
The word she wrote was Dio.
そうです。
Damn. All she managed to do was write Dio. I fought him and put my arm through the door. While dosed.
とはいえ、特にお伝えすべきことはないのですが、先ほどのシグマさんの推測でほぼ間違いないのです。ほとんどその通りの出来事が起こったと、そう考えていただければと思います。
So King sprayed Dio's bracelet with aluminol, and then while his back was turned, Dio attacked him with the axe. Dio mortally wounded him, but didn't kill him, so Kay turned around and stabbed Dio with a spear. I guess that's when we found them.
はい。
When did Kay get the
シオ
luminol?
の扉の先にある部屋、所長室を抜けた後のことになります。ケイさんとディオさんは英会に戻り、他のみんなを探し始めました。まずはキャビンを捜索し、その次に医務室へ。入ると同時に2人は四つ葉さんと天明寺さんの変わり果てた姿を目にすることになりました。最もディオさんにとっては驚くべきことではなかったでしょうけれど、とにかくそこで K さんは天明寺さんの所持品を調べ、
That was when he found the
そう
luminol.
いうことです。
Did he not find the dying message?
これがこの施設で起こったことのすべてです。何か質問はありますか？
Well, what do you think? Does a bear shit in the woods?
何でしょう？
Well, the first thing is Quark's bracelet. Why was it in the infirmary?
もともとは天明寺さんが持っていたのです。それがディオさんから暴行を受けた拍子にポケットから転がり落ちて。
But why did Tenmyoji have Quark's
私
bracelet?
がそのありかを教えたのです。
When?
シグマさん、娯楽室でファイさんと一緒に天明寺さんと話した時のこと覚えてますか？
Yeah, when he sprayed us with aluminol, right? Sure, I remember that.
そのすぐ後のことになります。娯楽室を出た天明寺さんはクオーク君の姿を探し求めて緑の扉の先へと向かいました。その通路の突き当たり、扉の開閉装置が設置されたところで私は天明寺さんと出会ったのです。私は彼に向かってこう言いました。天明寺さん、見てください。中央の扉のロックが解除されてるみたいですよ。と彼は慌てふためいた様子で扉の先へと飛び込んでいきました。
That was the treatment room, right?
はい、
Where Quark was
そう
sleeping?
です。天明寺さんもすぐにそのことに気がついたようです。彼はクオーク君が収容されていたポットにすがりつくと、その場でおいおいと声を上げて泣き崩れました。
Sort of relief, right?
はい、ポットのモニターにはクオーク君のバイタルサインが表示されていました。それを見ればクオーク君は生きている 一目瞭然だったのです。そのポットのすぐ脇のところにクオーク君のバングルはありました。天明寺さんはそこでクオーク君のバングルを手に入れたのです。
Why was Quark's bracelet off?
私が外したのです。ア
How?
ルミホイルを使って。
What? You mean the stuff from the crew quarters?
よくご存知ですね。ではアルミホイルが電波を通さないことも。
What?
心臓にはわずかな電気が流れてるの知ってるかな。ところで電気が流れてるってことは当然そこからビジョン。君たちのバングルはその電波を拾ってるんだよ、常にね。
Wait, so you're telling me the aluminum foil can block the electromagnetic waves your heart sends out?
ええ、バングルを覆い尽くすような形で左の手首に巻きつければ。
The bracelet thinks your heart has stopped.
そうです。
Holy shit, it was that easy all along?
とにかく私はその方法を用いてクオーク君のバングルを外しました。外したそれをポット
Well,
の
if she knows
手に置いておいた
that,
のも私です。
why didn't she say it to everyone if she was just playing the game like everyone else? Wait, why was Quark in the pot to begin with?
それも同じです。彼をポットの中へと収容したのも
When
最初
did
に
you
クオーク
do
君を捜
that?
索していた時のことです。ゴーレムルームの入り口付近に倒れているのを私が見つけて。
You carried him to the treatment pod? Were you the one who unlocked the treatment center too?
いいえ、それは私ではありません。私にはこの施設の重要な設備を操作する権限は与えられていないので。
So it was Zero the
そ
Third?
ういうことになります。
You reactivated your body too, right? Man, I don't get any of this. Why the hell did you do that? I guess it wasn't really him that did it, huh? He was just doing what Zero and the old lady told him to do. Everything leads back to them, huh? Yeah, of course it does. So, are you going to tell me?
ですか。
Isn't that obvious? Tell me what this project is. Everything that happens in here has something to do with it. So why weren't we brought here?
ノナリーゲームをしていただくためです。
And why were we supposed to play the Nonary game?
計画のためということになります。
Why did Alice kill herself?
マジカル6に感染していたことが原因です。
How did she get infected?
ローバとゼロボスが感染させたからです。
Why?
計画のために必要だったから。
What would have happened if Alice hadn't committed suicide?
私が四葉さんに疑われることはなく、注射銃が誤って撃たれることもなかったと思います。
Then what?
私は倒れず、リオさんがその姿を目撃することもなくなり、結果的には医務室での脅迫事件も発生しなかったことになるでしょう。
In other words, you're saying Clubber and Temyoji died for this project?
はい。
Well, actually, it was the Tubakarine that killed them. But they were only injected with it because of their bracelets. They were only wearing those bracelets because of the non-airy game. If the non-airy game was part of the project, then that's one more way it killed them.
そういうことになるかと思います。
Now what about Kay and Dio? Why would they kill each other?
事の発端はリオさんが老婆を殺害したことにあります。この犯行の発覚を恐れたためにリオさんは先手を打ってケイさんに襲いかかっていったのです。
Then if Dio hadn't killed the old lady, what happened in the rec room would have never taken place, right? So let me ask you this. Why did Dio kill her?
プレイヤーの一人になり変わるためです。
And why did he do
計
that?
画を阻止するため。
And why did she let him kill
そ
her?
れもやはり答えは同じです。計画を遂行する上で必要だったからだと思います。
But if you're saying all this, 6 people died here. 4 of them were murdered one way or another by Dio. At first that makes it look like Dio's the reason they all died, but that's not true, is it? All of them, all 6 of them, they all died for this project. That means that the murderer, or I guess should say murderers, were the old lady and Zero, right? Please, Luna, tell me. What is this project about? Who is the old woman? Who is Zero?
Sigma さん、抱きしめてもらえますか?
What? Instead of answering, Luna wrapped her arms around me and buried her face in my chest. My own arms hovered in the air, confused about where they should go. I swallowed hard and tried to rein in my heartbeat, which had suddenly doubled. I was about to speak when I felt something warm on my chest. Was Luna crying?
こうしてるとなんだか落ち着くんです。
Her voice shook as she spoke. I lowered one hand to her head and began to gently stroke her hair. Huh? Hey, Luna! What the hell is going on?
すみません。この体に改装された ABT 人工生体組織は細かい筋繊維によって固定されているのです。それが筋弛緩薬を打たれたことで。
Okay, okay. I get it.
何が悪いですか? これが私の本当の姿です。私はゴーレム、ただの泥人形。人の手によって生み出された機械の塊に過ぎないのです。
I wrapped my arms around Luna and hugged her as tight as I could.
シグマさん、最後まで私のこと信じてくださいましたね。
Yeah.
こんな風になってもまた。
Of course. I trust you.
ありがとう。ありがとうございます。 ずっとこうしていたいな。シグマさんの腕に抱かれたままずっとでもそろそろ時間が来てしまったみたいです。
What?
私は2つの意味で 重大な罪を犯してしまいました。先ほどシグマさんはこんな風にお尋ねになりましたね。お前のその体、再起動したのもゼロウサギなんだろうって。実は違うんです。私は自らの意志によってこの体に電源を入れたのです。ゼロウサギの機能を構成するシステム、そこにハッキングを仕掛けて。
What?
そうです。これが一つ目の罪になります。そして二つ目はなんだかわかりますか？私はやろうと思えば四葉さんや天明寺さんを救うことだってできたんです。そうすればケイさんとディオさんが殺し合うこともなかったでしょう。さらに言うとアリスさんの自殺も全ての発端である老婆の殺害も全部何もかも阻止できたということになります。つまり私には計画を根本的に打倒する能力があったということです。けれど私はそれをしなかった。これが私の犯した二つ目の罪。私は三原則の第一条を破ってしまったのです。怖かったんです。私は自分の存在が失われてしまうのが。言うまでもなくゼロウサギのシステムを乗っ取ることは重大な規則違反です。この命令に背いたゴーレムは危険な存在として処分されることになります。体の操作権限を剥奪されるだけでなく、メインコンピューターに格納された記憶も思考プログラムもこっそり丸ごと消されてしまうのです。
What? Wait, are you saying?
私の存在は間もなく削除されます。ゼロウサギの自己修復プログラムが完了するためです。そうなったらもう二度とこの意識が再生されることはないでしょう。
Why?
私は6人もの人々を見殺しにしました。これは当然の報いです。
No. No, you don't. Even if you had done something, you would have been killed anyway. You can't blame yourself. You did what you could. You're not wrong. This game is what's wrong. Forcing you to watch your friends die is what's wrong.
シグマさん、ありがとうございます。私、シグマさんと出会えて本当によかった。
Luna! Luna! It's going to be okay. I'm not gonna let them do this. You're gonna be fine, I promise. Just please
残
don't...
念ですが、もう時間が来てしまったみたいです。
Damn, she said so much and she didn't tell us the identity or what the project was.
こんな風にあなたの胸に抱かれて死ねるなんて、私幸せです。
Luna!
ありがとう、シグマさん。
This is exactly why the 2D art is so much better than the 3D art. This would look awful in the 3D art. It looks amazing.
そしてさようなら。
Doctor? but she couldn't answer. I squeezed my eyes shut and held her, unable to bear the thought of letting any more of her slip away. With one last quiet chime, the music box wound down. I was left with nothing but silence and the cold pool of tears over my heart. Damn. And all alone. Happy ending? Definitely not. I'm trying to hold back. Oh man. Definitely best girl. Luna. Luna is the best character in this game, at least so far that I've seen. Well, I'm not. Yeah, it's almost 6 a.m. It's time for me to go sleep. But holy shit, what an ending. One last look at the flowchart before we cry to sleep. Sure. I wanted to let this fly. Until tomorrow, yeah. I'm assuming we can finish tomorrow. Now you're 2.5% through the game. Probably, yeah. Tomorrow is enough, right? Tears in the rain. Oh, man. Dude. Yeah. That was an awesome ending. Yeah, we're all done. There's only one path left. I guess, oh, shit. No. Don't restart the game. Like 90% escape? Yes. No. Quit. Alright, guys. Yeah, thank you for watching the stream. Thank you for hanging out, and yeah. There's always a tear that I can't hold back. But holy shit, that was amazing. Now, the final ending has a lot to live up to. Because it needs to be better than this. Is it? Is it? We'll see. We'll find out tomorrow. Indeed. Hopefully. So yeah. Have a good night. Thank you for watching and hanging out. If you didn't cry at everything, I wouldn't be here. It's just I only cried from the right eye. My left eye is cold and calculating. This one is the sensitive one. Remember, it's all about termites. Exactly. Whatever that means. Anyway, have a good night. I'll see you all tomorrow for more Virtue's Last Reward.